Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 12 o'clock on Wednesday, December 18th, the last BoCC meeting of 2025. Kelly and Steve and Patty are here with me, and I believe Francie is online for our regular meeting. We're going to start with additions or deletions to the agenda, and I'm looking at John.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay, from that, we're going to go right into public comment. Sorry, Patty? Is Francie there? Oh, she's not there.
She was, I know she was working with Charlotte. She was working to find the link, so
Okay, so
she should be joining.
She'll join us soon. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep us going. Public comment, 3 minutes per person. If you'd like to make a comment, raise your hand. Come on up. I have 1, 2 at the front. Come on together or separately. You could do 3 minutes each or 6 minutes together. You know, we could negotiate this.
I think we'll consolidate into 3 minutes collectively. So a minute and a half each.
Great.
Curtis, you want to launch in?
Please introduce yourselves, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. I'm Curtis Wackerly. I'm the editor and executive director of Aspen Journalism, a nonprofit news organization in town, as you're all aware. And I'm here with Paul Anderson, who has been writing for Aspen Journalism. And we are here to share with you a recent project that is a book binding together 10 in-depth long-form articles that Paul wrote over the course of 6 months, a series we called In Search of Community. And it was an attempt to write about the greater Roaring Fork region as a distinct place. You know, I think we hear a lot about Up Valley and Down. So maybe I'll just hitch a ride.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is still Wednesday, December 18th, and this is the Board of County Commissioners. Francie is joining us online today. Kelly, Patty, and Steve are here with me at HQ with John Peacock and a studio audience and some special guests with Ryan Neely. I want to jump right into, let's see, we already did the no additions or deletions to the agenda. Back to public comment, and we have Paul Anderson and Curtis Wackerly waiting, now this time with a little bit more emotion.
Take two. Take two, Curtis. Launch in, bro.
Sell it to us.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, Curtis Wackerly, Aspen Journalism, editor and executive director, here with Paul Anderson, longtime scribe and thinker, soon to be published poet here in the Valley, future Hall of Fame inductee. And we are here to share with you and give you copies of this book we just published. It's called In Search of Community, Finding Common Ground from Aspen to Parachute. And it is a compilation of a series of articles that Paul wrote for Aspen Journalism earlier this year. And as I was saying before we got cut off, this actually really started, you guys have been involved in this process from the beginning. You helped fund an event that Paul and I put on. When was that? That was in March of 2023 at the Pepke Auditorium, where we had a conversation of local leaders about some of the challenges facing our community. We showed a film about Crested Butte and its fight over the decades to maintain the soul of its community. It was a great event. We felt that there was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of people who would buy into the concept of having a discussion about sort of what community means in this new sort of context of the greater Roaring Fork region with so much growth down valley, so much more traffic, communities that feel like they're maybe more connected than they were in the past. And so Paul started working on this series of articles that tried to look at the region as a whole and examine what community means in this broader regional context. And as the editor of the series, I was so proud to publish it. We had the idea that why don't we bind it together into a book to give people more chance to access this line of thinking and dwell on it a little bit more and hopefully start more conversations about that. So we're here to share this with you as commissioners and as leaders in our community. I want to thank you for supporting Aspen journalism as you have with grants from the Healthy Community Fund for a number of years. That's really meaningful. And I'll turn it over to Paul to say a few words.
Can I ask, first of all, how often do you actually turn series into books? I've never seen this from Aspen Journalism. Did I miss one? Or is
No,
this
this is the first time.
It's
Yeah,
the first
it's the
one.
first.
Fantastic.
After the efforts I put in on this, and I gave it my all, excuse me, one day in the newspaper wasn't enough. I think it needed a longer life, and so I really advocated for it. And so it's a resource that we are handing out at no charge. We're handing it out for free. Last week we had a Chautauqua conversation in Glenwood Springs on community, and this book was handed out to participants there who showed up. We had 60 people in the room, and we're going to do this up and down the valley and all the way down the Colorado River communities as well. So this is an education for me, writing this book and writing this series. After 40 years of local journalism, I learned a lot in this valley about going down there, especially to Silk Rifle and Newcastle, and how dynamic those communities are. But what really got to me was watching the commuter chain as I rode the bus back and forth, and my sympathy for the commuters it just is part of the incentive to bring this story to bear. This is, I think, the most comprehensive, cohesive regional view that's in print now. So, again, we're handing it out free, and we just want to educate.
Where will people find this book if somebody watching this wants to grab a copy?
We would like to do a presentation at Explore and have a community conversation there. At the Historical Society would be great. And elsewhere, but we'll make sure to publicize it and make sure that we have enough books to cover.
And to more directly answer that question, we're still sort of figuring out how, we just got over the hurdle of publishing a book. Now distributing it is the next, is the next.
Now the work begins.
The next thing we're figuring out as we're doing it. But if anybody would like a copy, they can just email me, curtis@aspenjournalism.org, and we'll put you on the list and figure it out. And we will try and have a way to distribute them at locations in town. So
Great.
that'd be one
You
way to
could
do it.
probably leave some with us for our staff who might be interested. That would be one way to get rid of a few boxes of books. But then I don't know if the library would take some as well.
Are you guys at the Fritz Benedict building on you? Or are you-
The Aspen Journalism office is at the
Yeah,
Benedict
I was
building.
just looking at your address.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you guys were up there. It's a great little
Oh,
neighborhood.
yeah, I love it up there.
And I would like to just see what we might be able to do to help get the word out, or if you needed, maybe come back to us and request some financial assistance, small amounts, to maybe pull off some events. I think this is a great way to start a kickoff on bringing our community back together.
Thank you. That's a generous offer. Appreciate it very much. And again, thanks for your support. I mean, we all love community. We all have different views of it, but it's a conversation piece right now. So thanks for your
I wanted
support in
to
this.
ask if I could, if you'll indulge me just for a minute to recap your interest in Albert Schweitzer and his legacy here, because we had a conversation about that this morning, and it is the 150th. It's the 275th anniversary of Goethe, and it's 150th birthday of Albert Schweitzer this coming year. Any reflections or a way you could tee up the impact he had on our community?
I think Schweitzer's visit here marked maybe the highest ethical and moral experience Aspen has ever had. There was not another person like Schweitzer in the world, and I don't think there is now. To bring his ethic back, to restore it here, I think is an essential guiding message for Aspen as a means of recounting our history and also honoring this incredible human being who was all about service and gave of himself fully. His mantra was reverence for life, which is a tough thing to live up to. But just to have conversations about what that means and reconsider how it can be applied in our community. And community was another huge part of Schweitzer's idea, to bring people together and achieve something of a holistic nature was instrumental for him. So,
Great.
yeah.
Thanks for teeing that up, because next year, 2025, is the 150th birthday, and it's the 75th of the Institute still. And I know things are going to come together, but we don't know what yet. We'll find out.
Greg, just note that when we dedicated this building, we put a quote from Schweitzer.
That's
on it.
right.
There are
It's on the
no
wall right outside our building.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you
great.
for that, John. And John's the one who found that, as I recall.
John does our quotes and our cartoons
And more.
and more.
And
oh,
other
more.
stuff. Thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Appreciate you being
Really
here.
good to see you. Happy
Curtis,
holidays.
you.
congratulations
Happy
on the new book. I think this is exciting that you guys are launching book projects.
Maybe a new career, a publishing house in Aspen.
Yeah,
That'd be
there you
amazing.
go.
Well, thanks for your support and look for more. We're gonna continue the conversation, and Paul's at work on some more stuff for us. So
Great.
Yeah,
we're really excited.
keep
Great
them going.
combo.
I have to say,
Thanks,
I
guys.
feel honored to like look through just the front and back and be like, oh, I've worked with so many of these people.
Right. Kelly knows all
I'm
these
honored to
people.
be
Um,
among a great crowd.
Thanks again, and we'll see you soon, I hope.
Okay,
I'm going to
thanks,
keep
guys.
us going with public comment. Is there anyone else here who'd like to make a public comment on any topic that's not on our agenda today? And I don't see that, and I see a hand up online, and this would be a comment for anything that's on, not on the agenda today. And Buck, your hand just went down. Okay, so I guess that means no. All right, we're going to keep moving then. Commissioner comment, yes. Is there Steve Child?
Yeah, well, Paul and Curtis are still in the room. I just participated in the 48th version of the Messiah presented by the Aspen Choral Society. And talking about community from Parachute to Aspen, we actually had a woman from Grand Junction sing with us this year. Her daughter lives in Glenwood and her granddaughter lives in Glenwood. So we had 3 generations of people of one family singing this year with us. But it's singers from all the way, Parachute to Aspen, putting on this presentation every year. And it's just, people of different faiths. We sang 3 songs in Hebrew and some in English, the rest in English. And it was just a great show to me of what our community is like, how people from different backgrounds can get together and do something like that. And we have so much musical talent. And music is kind of the universal language that transcends different languages that different people speak. So I think it's neat. That's the first thing I thought of was community, because that's just one aspect of this big community we have. I just wanted to share that.
When human voices intertwine with song, there is an elevated spiritual experience. And you partook in that, and well done. Hallelujah.
All right, thanks,
Francie
Paul.
has her
Thanks,
hand
Steve.
Part of the song you sang.
And Francie, your hand is up.
Oh, and then Buck.
Buck's back, okay.
We can't, you're muted.
Oh, Francie's muted still.
I wanted to respond to Steve's comments and say that, Steve, I think you are one of the most community-minded people I've ever met. And I've known you since we worked at the community school. So thank you for all you've done, Steve. I know this is a huge change in your life about to happen. And I will certainly miss your voice on the board. I also wanted to apologize for not being there today, our last meeting for a couple of weeks. I've been fighting this sickness now for a week, and I think I'm getting better, but I didn't want to expose everybody there. So, thanks for your patience, and I want to wish happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Francie. Appreciate it. Comments? Patty,
I'll
Kelly?
make a comment. Yeah,
Patty.
I want to echo the happy holidays and happy safe holidays. People, apparently there was a young man in a rush the other day, so I hope people remember to slow down, take it easy. Life is short, and take advantage of every day that you have in this beautiful community of ours. And again, hopefully we'll have snow coming back to join us. Doesn't look like it's in the forecast till after Christmas, but we do need it for our summer to get some more moisture into our rivers and into our ground and into our vegetation. So again, happy holidays, and everyone please be safe and enjoy.
Thanks.
And Steve, did you sing the Messiah for 48 years?
No, we missed some of those.
Okay.
Molly and I sang the second year, so this is the 47th year
I
we
knew
have
it'd been a
sung.
long time.
I sang the entire Handel part by memory because I've sung it so many times. And my vision is I can barely read the music here, so I just have it all memorized and just follow Paul directing. So Molly and I are the two oldest, you might say, the ones who have done it for
The longest period
the
of
longest period of time.
time. We appreciate that. I sang it many times and still have most of it in my memory. It's amazing to sing, so thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts?
Sure. I mean, I'll wish everyone a happy holidays and safe next couple of weeks and pray for snow. I would encourage folks in the spirit of community to find ways to give to each other. There's plenty of nonprofits that could use help. There's Shining Stars Toys donations for children who are very sick. There's neighbors who could use help shoveling snow. I'm told 5 people died while shoveling snow over the November snowstorm we received.
Not in our valley.
And yeah,
In our valley.
yeah.
That's news.
So there's plenty of ways to reach out and, to each other in the spirit of community, in this spirit of Christmas. And I hope you all stay safe and peace and joy to everybody.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate that.
One
Steve,
more
one more
thought.
thing.
I was going to talk about this in our open discussion later, but I will do it now for the more members of the public will be listening. I was saddened by the death of the woman crossing the highway by the Aspen Country Inn the other day. There are provisions in place for people to take a cab there for free and different options, but quite a few years ago at EOTC, I suggested doing a path from Truscott Place clear to Buttermilk along that side of the highway, which would provide a safe way that people could go to the underpass at Truscott Place as one other option to get from Aspen Country Inn. And I know it's on the work plan for the elected officials transportation committee to do that. But it was probably 8 years ago that I suggested that as something that we should do in this community, and it hasn't gotten done. And that's, I think we've had more pressing things, but one more person dying by being hit by a car. We have different highway projects like the acceleration lane at Lazy Glen, which really needs to be done. I noticed down at Dakota subdivision on the Up Valley direction, they have no acceleration lane for all those people leaving there, getting onto Highway 82. So I just urge the commissioners and any members of the public who are interested in making our transportation and mobility systems safer for people to keep that in mind, that there are projects out there that we need to do, and it will need some human energy to, push them forward.
Thank you, Steve. That's a
So that'd be a
great
good,
reminder.
good goal for next year.
Great reminder.
Yeah, I just want to add, Greg and I too have been pursuing that trail from Buttermilk to the underpass at Maroon Creek because of the issues at the Owl Creek intersection. It's in the works. I think it's in the plan for 2025. But also, you can cross at the underpass at Truscott, cross the old Maroon Creek Bridge, and there's a dirt path between the Maroon Creek Bridge, the Pomegranate, and the Country Inn, because I've walked it, checking out the right of way. So it's in the works, along with Smith Hill and along with Lazy Glen. So we are working on those three issues pretty much as we speak, getting the funding lined up for the two highway ones, and then getting the right of ways and the design for the total pedestrian trail from Owl Creek to Truscott. So that'll be coming next year. And it was really sad to hear about this young woman. I'm not sure if all the issues have been fleshed out as to the accident, but people do need to be safe, be careful, and there is either Tipsy Taxi or there's that shuttle service to the Country Inn. Steve, thanks for reminding me of that.
Right, thanks for that. I'm going to keep us moving. We're going to go to consent items. And first up, we've got...
You still had Buck with a hand up.
Oh,
for public
sorry.
comment.
Thank you for that, Buck. I almost forgot about you. You put your hand back up, and thanks for the reminder, Kelly. I think you're allowed to talk about now if you unmute.
I am so sorry, Commissioners. I was having technical difficulty, but I am here to speak regarding an item on the agenda, so I will keep my hand down until then.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think we received a letter. Is that right? Your letter? And we'll see you on the agenda.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, consent items, single reading. We have the minutes of December 4th and the minutes of December 10th, special meeting, and then we have the resolution amending Resolution 81, 2024, ratifying the assessor's recommendations on abatement petitions over $10,000 submitted by K2 Family Property LLC. Does anyone want to pull one of those, or does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving right along to individual consideration items. First readings, these are set for public hearing on January 8th. Up first is a resolution repealing resolution number 71-2021, Emergency Operations Plan, and adopting an updated Pitkin County Emergency Operations Plan. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just have a quick PowerPoint to bring up.
I had
here
the
as well.
pleasure of interviewing Chris for a class that I'm taking.
Great.
And I was so impressed by his expertise, and he had just gotten back from being deployed out in North Carolina after the big hurricane over there. So I think we were very lucky to have Chris on our team, and I'm looking forward to this presentation. And thank you again, Chris, for your time.
Yeah, welcome, Chris. Appreciate it. And introduce yourself to the public, if you would.
I will.
Red light needs to be on.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Chris Breitbach. I am the newer emergency manager for the county. I started here back in early April. You might catch my accent as I'm talking here. I moved here from Minneapolis, Minnesota, so I have a little bit of a Midwest accent. Spent about 28 years in emergency management in various aspects of things. As Kelly mentioned, I'm also on a federal disaster team that can be activated for federal emergencies, and spent 2 weeks supporting the response to Hurricane Helene. So what we're talking about today is a rewrite of the emergency operations plan, and I just wanted to give a little bit of a overview of, if I can get this to work. There we go. Of the emergency operations plan, because I realize a lot of the language that we talk about in emergency management is pretty unique to us. So just to give you a little concept and background in it. So obviously things start at the federal level with FEMA. They have developed the outline of what an emergency operations plan should look like and some of the key elements of it. Those get updated from time to time. The most recent update happened in 2021. State of Colorado Division of Emergency Management also follows those FEMA guidelines and passes those through to the counties, again, giving us guidance on what the emergency operations plan should look like. The emergency operations plan really, if you're doing things correctly, really should be a live document that's constantly being evaluated and looked at and updated, whether it's different exercises that we do or real events that we have to open up and exercise the emergency operation plan. So what they do is they break it down into 4 buckets. The base plan, which is the emergency operation plan that was sent to you, and that's really that high level, the goals and objectives of what the program should be managed within the county. We have emergency support functions. That's probably another terminology that you've heard quite often. Those are 15 different areas that break down a lot of the structure, subject matter experts, if you will, that we use within the Emergency Operations Center if we have to activate within the county. And we talk a lot about the responsibilities of what those roles are. The third and fourth elements are the functional annexes that we have, talking about evacuations plans, shelter-in-place plans, things like that. And then the hazard-specific annexes are something like the flood plan and things like that. So it gets a little bit more tactical level, and that's kind of how the plan is written down. Again, it meets this federal guideline and breaks it down structurally into those 4 buckets. Some of the highlights of what I've looked at since I've been here is really trying to standardize to meet these federal guidelines with some precise details when we have to, based on state and federal guidelines, but also allowing us some flexibility depending upon the hazard. A common terminology within emergency management is an all-hazard response. So we can apply certain strategies depending upon what the incident is. Yes, we do have some specific plans, but we do look at it from an all-hazard approach. So with that, I will entertain any questions or comments you have for me with the first reading.
I have a question.
Patty.
Many years ago, I sat on the State All Hazards Advisory Committee
Okay.
from the CCI, Colorado Counties Inc. rep, and we created, as I was leaving office, a pocket guide for electeds. I just don't know if they've updated that recently. I don't know if you've even seen it. I do have a copy, I think, on my desk. I'd just like to see if it's updated and maybe we can provide it to the board. It's a great thing if we do have any kind of emergency situation for the board literally to have in your back pocket. And it's got flip tabs for where elected officials should be and shouldn't be and what they need to do and don't need to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great guide. So maybe you and I can talk about that later,
Yeah,
but thank you for updating this plan. It's good to have things. If you never need to use them, it's great. If you need to use them, it's great to have them ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve.
Yeah, kind of along the same vein, planning for an emergency ahead of time and practicing doing just drills to practice for an emergency, no matter what the emergency is, I think is so important, because then if something actually happens, people have already gone through the drill. It makes it much easier to just put all the things into action that need to be done.
Absolutely.
This is part of my training when I was in the Army, like probably, what is that, about 50 years ago now.
Yeah.
They were preparing us to go to Vietnam, and what do you do if you get in a firefight there?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was what the training was geared towards, preparing for this situation where your brain might shut off, but you need to be reacting and doing things. Same concept, and I'm really glad that we have a good program in place. I'm really appreciate that Pickens County staff have been able to go to other counties in other parts of the state when there's been emergencies there and help out. So they get some hands-on training in an actual emergency situation. So that's good. I think we're in good hands, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah. No, to your point, I mean, this is the foundation. The emergency operations plan is the roots of the tree that we build from to develop those different strategies and tactics that we'll use throughout trainings, ultimately exercises, and then, hopefully not in real life, but we'll be prepared for it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Kelly.
Yeah, Chris, what areas are you most interested relative to advancing community preparedness?
I know that wildfire is a very common topic here, and a lot of people are are keenly aware of the hazards and risks that we experience in the valley here because of things that have happened in Colorado and other parts of the country. Not to diminish that by any means, but also to look broader at there are other types of emergencies that can equally cause substantial impacts to things here within the valley. So I want to broaden people's energy beyond just wildfire preparedness and mitigation strategies and looking at it from a more holistic perspective. I mentioned the term all hazard earlier. There's a lot of hazards out there that could come and bite us. Cybersecurity is something that we see often in the news, and in building up that readiness and mitigation strategies as well can be very important to us if something was to happen. So I like to look at things really broadly. We use, we're going through right now with the state of Colorado a risk assessment process that Colorado instituted about 5 years ago, and it's really going to start to bring to the cream to the top as to what some of those hazards are going to be, and ultimately that's what will help drive our program here for the next 2 to 3 years to put some strategies in place to work on mitigation and preparedness in those areas.
So like when we just got an alert last week, I think about scams that people have been receiving. Does that interface with you at some level in terms of response or learning from those type of things?
Yeah, it definitely can. And emergency management, I always refer to myself as I'm a generalist, and I surround myself with subject matter experts. So I've been working a lot with the cybersecurity and the different types of phishing, things that I know have happened in this community, and things around the holidays that will happen. So being able to get out that messaging, working with those partners, bringing subject matter experts together, yeah, I could see emergency management doing that.
Mm-hmm. And then for our role, I know Patty mentioned the pocket guide, but are there brief highlights that you think, like for the seats that the five of us sit in, we should pay particular attention to?
No, I think having a good understanding, there's obviously a section there, you guys are familiar with the term the policy group, or the that helps to develop that. John and I have had multiple conversations about that as well. And making sure that that's tailored to what you have done here in this community in the past, and what is the relationships that you've built at the county level and amongst the municipalities within the county. So if you wanted to take a closer look at that, I think that would be probably worthwhile to give me your opinion on. I don't think I'd change that part a whole lot with the language that was written. But yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for taking this role on. I think the thing that fascinated me most is understanding that when you initiate a response for whatever it is, a command and control structure comes up with leaders that may not be known or obvious to the community. And so what would you tell the community to prepare for this? Because I might be the chair of the Board of Commissioners, but I have nothing to do with command and control at that unless I'm trained. And John, our county manager, may have a role in an incident management structure, but it's a completely different thing. And so how do you prepare the community to understand that leaders they may not know may be taking over in a dire situation? How do you prepare people for that?
Yeah, I had a leader one time many years ago say to me, when you walk into a command center, it's not the title that you wear on your badge, but rather the position that you fit within the incident command structure. And you're exactly right. There are many people, obviously there's the fire chiefs, the police chiefs, the EMS leadership within the community that will likely be those frontline incident commanders. But as the incident would grow, we'd be potentially opening up an emergency operations center. And again, that's where I rely on those emergency support functions. Those are people within our community that have positions, and they are those subject matter experts in those different roles that can help guide and support that incident commander on the scene as to what's going to be happening in that coordination and collaboration, and also going vertical beyond us up to the state level and ultimately up to the federal level to get those additional resources. So that's one of the there's a lot of common terms that are used, but using those emergency support functions all the way down to the county level makes it really nice and easy if you have to elevate vertically up to the federal level to get resources in a large-scale disaster.
Got it. I think the other epiphany I had when I was first introduced to this is that there certainly is a protocol, like a military hierarchy and protocol.
Right.
I wouldn't go directly to the top. I'd go to the PR, what do they call it? The public outreach person, for instance. Like there are people you talk to, people you don't talk to, even if you see them as the chief. That's not who you talk to. So there is kind of a protocol that must be followed if you're involved as a citizen, getting involved in one way or another. And I don't know if you could describe that.
Yeah, so we've got a great public information group within the county here and at the city levels and even some of the private sector that are very interconnected and they utilize multiple different ways of messaging to be able to get that information out to the public as to directions, what to do, information being solicited back, like you were saying, what can I do if I need to bring information into the structure. And that group really works heavily on that. They use all different forms of media, social media and things like that to be able to get that information out. You see it every day, even with our pick and alerts that we send out. Sometimes if they're not some of the more boilerplate ones, we're working behind the scenes to make sure that messaging gets communicated. And again, that's one of the emergency support functions.
Right.
Communications.
And finally, I would just say that the ability for information to get corrupted if it goes through the grapevine is something I know is really part of your whole messaging and information. There's a reason that you try to disseminate information from one individual rather than
Correct.
the rumor mill.
Correct.
I don't know if there's anything else to add to that. Kelly?
I guess I would just say an example of what you were talking about was like when we had the pandemic. I mean, Karen Kunneman and Carlin, the epidemiologists, were thrust into, the spotlight.
With information
yeah.
flying everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Several examples. Patty?
So this will be your first X Games, is that
It will
correct?
be.
So I think one of the bonuses and benefits of X Games is when we set up the Ops Center.
Yes.
And it's a great, as Steve was saying, it's a great tabletop in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a great way for you to meet all the other face-to-face, all the other parties throughout the state, federal.
Yes.
I mean, we gather a great group here for the training value of the event itself. And I want to make sure that the invitation is extended to the board. I go out every year because I think it's fascinating and because of the background that I have with it. But it's just really, Steve's been out, I know. It's really a great experience to go out there and see the boots on the ground. So hopefully, because they're probably set it up again at Mountain Rescue.
Correct. Yep.
Just keep us in the loop.
I will definitely do that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate
Sir.
it.
Yep.
Do we need a motion to approve at this
Yeah,
point?
this is a resolution, first reading, set for second reading on January the 8th and public hearing, and I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, Patty and Kelly, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you. And we haven't met, I'll come down one
And
day.
Francie, I didn't.
She said yes.
Okay, you said, I heard
I
you
can
say
say
yes.
yes.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't want to say something, but we're
Nope.
good. We're good.
I'm all
Okay.
good. Thank you.
We're gonna keep moving. Chris,
Happy
great
holidays,
to have
Chris.
you and have a good holiday. We'll see you soon. Hopefully, we don't see you in any official capacity for another year.
And there's a lot going on this next couple of weeks.
Okay, up next, we have a reso approving a grant agreement with the State Department of Public Safety on behalf of the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office for funding for the interoperability platform. Dan is here. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Long time.
Say, long
so
time no
long.
see.
Yeah, we had a jail tour yesterday, so we spent some time with Dan, quality time.
Yes. So I'm Dan Fallon. I'm the division chief of the Pitkin County Jail, and I'm here asking you to accept grant funding to streamline the process for data reporting as well as data sharing and hopefully the court system. So a little bit of background is that we currently use and have for a long time Motorola, which does our jail management software. In 2019, the Colorado State passed House Bill 1297, which mandated certain data reports get sent to the state quarterly regarding length of stay, felony, misdemeanor, male, female, all those kinds of statistics and demographics. So currently the process takes about 20 to 40 man hours each quarter to pull the reports, print the reports, sort through the data, do all the calculations, then submit it to the state. What this grant funding is for is to have Motorola build us a platform that will be, they pull all the data since it's all within their software anyway. We run the report once a quarter, and it gets sent off to the state and fulfills all of our data requirement reporting. One of the other things that's been going on during this time is that we're trying to create a data sharing between jails. So if we had an inmate that we weren't familiar with, we could query this database. So if they had been incarcerated across the state, we would be able to get information regarding classification, if they had issues while they were in custody, just general information that's useful for a jail to run a jail. So part of this will also create that platform to share the data amongst other jails across the state. And then the third and final big piece of this is we could have somebody in our jail who has court in, say, Weld County or Denver, but those courts aren't aware. So what they can do prior to issuing a warrant is query this same database to find out if that person was incarcerated, to then prevent them getting arrested again for a failure to appear when they were already incarcerated. So this grant kind of just hopefully streamlines the process. I know that Motorola is looking at starting working on this in Q2 of next year, so there won't really be a whole bunch happening until then, but this money would fund their time and their energy to build this platform, my staff's time to work with them to get this built, and then just getting it implemented.
Question from Kelly.
Yeah, that all sounds great. I guess I'm curious about what information is being shared between jails now, and how do you all share it? I mean, I would have assumed that if you had someone who was like a violent offender with a high classification, we would know that.
So generally, we would be able to run their rap sheet, find out their background if they had those kinds of charges before. But if we have questions regarding their time in custody, that's us having contacts across the state through things like we have a Colorado Jail Association, which we have monthly meetings that I attend, and it's building those contacts to pick up a phone and say, hey, I see that you guys had this person in custody. Can you tell me anything, or can you send me any records? So it's not streamlined. It's, you kind of have to know where to pull the pieces and get the information from.
Okay, interesting.
Patty, go ahead.
Dollar amount, it just says 2,000 for,
So
I
the
can't
grant,
imagine it's enough.
I initially requested from the state $14,606.90, which covers the quote from Motorola for their time to build a platform. The ongoing cost would be a function of the subscription model, where we would pay to have access to the API that they would build to pull the data and do those things. So it's a yearly cost of around $2,000, but the implementation initial cost is $13,279.
So the grant that's coming forward is the 13,000.
The grant that we're getting is for $17,429 because they wanted to make sure we had enough overage to fund our time, as well as if there was any overages on Motorola's
Because
part.
I don't know if I saw that in the, yeah, but thank you, that's,
The only ongoing cost would be the
$2,000.
$2,000 rough,
the grant
approximately
itself is
yearly.
around 17
Correct.
and 90 cents.
Thanks for asking.
That seems cheap.
Thanks,
for what
Patty.
you're doing.
I think it's a great idea.
This is our first reading, and we're supposed to set for a second reading, but I don't see the date. What date was set? Was it January 8th? That's
January
right. Okay, just want to verify that. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, motions?
We'll take money from the state for jails.
I like free money.
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and thanks for Dan for bringing this in. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thanks. Easy
Thank
as
you
that.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your good work. Hope I don't see the inside of a jail again for at least another year.
Maybe 6 months.
Yeah, we'll see if I can go that long. Thank you. All right, and up next we have, gotta find out where I am. This is the reso establishing an elected district attorney's salary for the period beginning January 1, 2025 through December 31, 2028. Connie's here, and I think Jeff Cheney's online. I see him. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
I will pass this off to our district attorney.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry y'all have to see me again. Just to summarize why I'm here, my name's Jefferson Cheney, and I'm the outgoing district attorney. And the issue I bring to the board doesn't benefit me personally in any way. It is recognizing some legislation that has been passed setting a minimum salary for elected district attorneys in Title 20. This discussion has gone on around the state as to how counties might address this legislation, and there was some urgency on the part of those who have been in the prosecution community for a while, encouraging district attorneys to have their boards of county commission establish the salary consistent with the minimum amount passed in the legislation before the term of the new DA begins. And so that's essentially why I'm here. I drafted a proposed resolution. I used a template that was given to me by a peer out of Weld County, the elected district attorney there, and tried to present a solution to, I think, a problem that needs to be addressed before our next DA swears in on January the 14th. His salary right now is set for our next year's budget. I didn't ask to change that because I think the legislation requires that the minimum amount be paid as of July 1, 2026. The wrinkle is that the statute requires, that same legislation and that same statutory provision requires that the DA's salary be established at the beginning of the DA's term. So I don't know that waiting until the effective date in the legislation would be in harmony with that provision that requires it to be set at the beginning of the term of the DA, the 4-year term. So I think there's, two courses of action. I did brief the county commissioners up in Meeker last week. I presented one course of action, pass a resolution that as of January 1, 2026, Mr. Sollers, the new DA's salary will be consistent with a district court judge salary. And that amount, as of the last time I looked, was $198,798. I did try to advocate for the future for Mr. Sollers and build in some cost of living over his term. And I opted not to bother or tinker with next year's budget. So in other words, nothing changes on that. It just would go into effect in January 1 of 2026 in terms of that minimum amount. Second course of action is to not agree to start that minimum salary until the absolute effective date. But I think a resolution needs to be passed before Mr. Sollers starts his term. I apologize for the urgency and having to come in and ask you for this, but I do think it's my duty for the future of the office and the future leader of the office, which is going to be outstanding, to make sure that this gets addressed. So, subject to your questions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the description of this, and I'm sure we have questions. Kelly, and then Steve.
Yeah, what was the input from our colleagues in Rio Blanco?
That was my question.
Thank you, Kelly. They were supportive of honoring the statute. The wrinkle was they didn't want to bind other counties. And so the county attorney, and I think Mr. Neely's there today, Mr. Stearman is the county attorney in Rio Blanco, talked about discussing the issue with the other county attorneys. But I think they were generally supportive. They didn't vote on the proposed resolution that I made, but they did agree that the salary needs to be set at the beginning of Mr. Sollers' term. They just didn't agree on when that would kick off and how much that salary would be. So that's where they were. I don't know if Mr. Neely's been in communication with Mr. Stearman Don Stearman up in Rio Blanco. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
No, that's all right. I haven't spoken with them, but that's my general, what you just relayed is my general understanding, but I'm happy to check in with Mr. Stearman today.
I appreciate it. Kelly, I did present the same resolution to each county, except obviously the signature lines would be different because your names are listed for the Pitkin County resolution, and then Rio Blanco County Commissioners are listed on theirs. I do get a sense that if there's harmony and agreement in the counties, that Rio Blanco would support it. I think they were just the first stop in bringing this issue to light.
Did they have any opinions about whether it starts January 1st or July 1st?
They didn't get down to that brass tack.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that I recall the chairman, Doug Overton, recognizing the issue and being supportive of paying our elected district attorney in the future a competitive salary. I've mentioned to you all in the letter that I presented in the budget, I do think there has been issues about people signing up to do the job. I think the vast majority of the DA races in the state this past election cycle were uncontested. So, I don't know if you could read into that what I do, and I think there's not a lot of people scrambling to do the job, and I do think that pay has something to do with that.
Sure. No, I agree with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
So I was going to make that same point, Jeff, and you've driven it home with us every year when you visit with us, that how your salary and those working under you was just underfunded and not enough money for the high cost of living for this area here. So I'm really glad that the state legislature stepped up to the plate and mandated this. Now, I guess it's an unfunded mandate from the state, unless they can come up with some money sometime to help fund the salaries of the DAs. But I think the level that they selected was more appropriate based on what you had been telling us every year about just not making enough money. The second point, no,
We can come back to you.
I might have to come back.
Okay, we'll go to Patty and I'll come back.
Other thing
It
I
happens
wanted
to
to
all of
mention.
us.
Yeah, and Garfield County, have you presented? I know that the Rosos are the same, but did you?
No,
Okay.
you're the second stop on route.
You
to
usually save us for
Indian Tower.
last. You usually save the best for the last, Jeff. Come on.
No,
Yeah, I think this is
Connie
great.
was nice enough to help me get on the agenda because
Okay.
I was panicking about not
In the
getting
time
it done
frame.
before Mr. Soller's first day.
I, without hearing from the rest of the board, think that January 1st, 2026 is a good start date. I know we have to adopt this now because of
2025?
2026 is the start date, January 1st, right?
For the new salary.
And we
The
either go,
legislation
or but
mandates
we
it.
have to adopt this before he takes office. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
understand that, but I'm saying I would rather than say, you get paid the lesser amount from January to July, I think we should really support paying it from January 1st of 2026 on adopting this before he takes office, I believe on the 14th.
Correct.
Yeah, and what you've laid out for us, I think is great. And as Kelly and Steve, and I'm sure Greg would agree, and Francie, that we've always been hopeful that we could find a way to help fund your office for your staff because of the competition, cost of living, et cetera, and what the private sector makes in the legal field. So we need you. We need your office, and we need the new district attorney stepping in. So thank you.
Steve, did you want to come back?
Well, I remembered the point. The elected officials are used to operating under the system where whatever your salary is on the day you're sworn in, that's what you have for your entire term. You can't get a pay raise for any reason during the course of your term.
That term being 4 years.
4 years for
Okay.
a commissioner. So that it seems to me like the legislation maybe was at fault in not totally addressing this and making it crystal clear on the dates and the fact that if a new district attorney is sworn in before the effective date of this, that it would help set their salary at the appropriate level. So I think it's a fault of the legislation and being just neglecting to address the transition period.
Thanks, Steve. Kelly again.
I would offer, since this is a matter of urgency, that maybe we offer our suggestions and follow the lead of Garfield County. And I think the reason I say that is because they're going to absorb the bigger chunk based on proportion of the budget. We are, of the three counties, have the healthiest budget, and Rio Blanco is probably going to have the most stress on their budget. I assume Garfield will, take at least the recommendation on the amount and not undercut the amount that.
You're talking more the start date of it'd be January or July. I can
exactly.
wait and see what they say.
But I think because we're going to have to get this done at January 8th for expeditious reasons, that we should direct maybe those conversations with Rye towards being amenable to what Garfield thinks about a start date.
I'm good with that.
Good suggestion, Kelly. Any comment on that? Jeff, is there anything you want to add there?
No, I'm just thankful that you
Right.
got me in front of the board, that you allowed me to speak. And obviously, my hope is that it's done before Mr. Soller's first day on the 14th of January, 2025. I would loop back around to one of Steve's points. I agree. I think that the legislation in that same paragraph seems to be conflicting. I would also want to make sure that you do know that the state does contribute some money each year for the elected DA salary. And so the good news is that's going to continue, and it's going to continue at a higher rate. They're also going to contribute some portion of the first assistant DA salary, and that's not happened. So there's something to be hopeful and positive about there. It's not going to cover, obviously, the whole amount, but I just wanted to make sure I made that point.
Thank you. That's a step in the right direction. I don't have any other questions here other than I just wanted to underscore what Kelly said, is that we want to see this happen the most expeditious way possible, recognizing the other counties' interests and challenges, whatever they are. We want to be supportive and certainly enthusiastic. I'm going to suggest to move this forward.
So I will make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners establishing elected district attorney salary for the period beginning January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2028. And I'd also like to add to that to direct Ryan Neely to contact the attorneys in both Rio Blanco and Garfield, and so we can have a collaborative discussion as to the start date of that salary, be it January 1st, 2026 or July 1st, 2026.
And I want to say this is set for public hearing, second reading on January 8th.
Correct.
I'll second the motion.
We've got a second from Francie and Steve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Jeff. Good to
service.
see
Thanks for
you.
coming to see us. It's great to see you as always.
Enjoy your walk in Appalachia, right?
Yes, hopefully I can get that done. That's a life goal.
North
I'll
to
send
south?
Rye, I can send you a Word doc of the resolution if that would be beneficial.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
He
And
wants
if you'd
to
copy
he wants to
Mr.
hike the
Stearman on
Appalachian
that,
Trail.
that'd be great. Well, no, I got his contact information actually. Thank you.
So are you going north to
Thank y'all
south
so
or
much.
south to north, Jeff?
North to
I
south?
appreciate you.
Okay, we appreciate you. Just wondering what direction you're traveling when you go over there.
Appalachian.
North to
Oh,
south?
yeah. North and south.
Starting in Georgia?
Starting north or starting
Starting
south?
in Georgia,
Okay.
and I think you go all the way to Maine.
Okay, thank you. So be in Maine in the
Make it
spring,
halfway.
hopefully.
And then
Okay,
you can do the Camino de Santiago.
I want to do that.
right.
I want to hear about that, Patty.
I'll let you know about that.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
You too.
Let it snow.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Okay.
hiked to the terminus of the AT in Maine. It's
Oh, so
beautiful.
you've been there. All right. keeping things moving here. Up for individual consideration items. This is public hearings, second readings. First up is the Reso approving fourth quarter budget supplemental requests. And like an apparition, Connie appears before us.
So the board discussed the fourth quarter supplemental request at their work session on December 3rd, and staff was here to present the requests, and there was discussion for about an hour or more. And so we're here today with the second reading of these supplementals. This resolution would increase the county's 2024 budgeted expenditures by $2,985,000, offset by an increase in revenues of $2,440,000, for a net increase in budget of $545,000. There are a number of requests. I'll just mention them briefly. The first is a contribution by the Board of County Commissioners to the Roaring Fork School District and Marble Charter School based on a proportionate number of Pitkin County students within those school districts to help support mental health programs and school resource officers. There are two requests from facilities. The first for HVAC repairs in this admin building for issues that we had on the third floor during the summer, and then also some other valves, condenser valves on the first and second floors. The next one for facilities is in the library. As you know, they're doing some extensive repairs on the sewage and plumbing there. Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund is requesting additional professional services budget to cover the cost of outside legal help while our county attorney's office is short-staffed. In the Public Health Fund, an increase to the immunization contract for community health services so that there's adequate funding through the remainder of the year. In the Human Services Fund, two requests, one for the Supplemental Nutrition Program, and this is a no impact on fund balance as the program is fully covered by federal funding. And then there are Child Welfare Collaborative Incentive Grants. We've received $84,000, and then we passed through the majority of that funding to Aspen Family Connections. At the Solid Waste Center, there are two requests. One is for processing and reusing asphalt that is already at the landfill and then applying it to the road for the Operations and Maintenance Center. And there's no impact on fund balance as they have savings in another capital line item that they can use for the project. On-call engineering, they've expanded the scope of the Weaver Engineering contract. There was additional work to be done for reporting, preparing for bond issuance, and then also another project with their leachate. In the risk fund, an increase for both premiums and claims for casualty and property insurance. And then the last request is the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund for our 1% sales tax and 0.5% sales tax. We're expecting to receive more than what was budgeted in those revenue streams, but almost all of that gets passed back through to our partners with RAFTA, City of Aspen, and Snowmass Village, so we need to also increase the appropriation for the distribution. Are there any additional questions on any of these requests?
Comments, questions? We've seen these before. This is all familiar territory, so it doesn't surprise me if there aren't any. No hands up. I'm going to, I think we need a motion, don't we?
Public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing. Thank you. If there's anybody who would like to speak on this in the room, raise your hand, or online, *9 to raise your hand. I don't see people. Joe's both in the room and online. How did that work? I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. And I guess I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the board approving fourth quarter budget supplemental requests.
And I need a second.
Second.
And I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Connie.
Thank
Great.
you, Connie.
Thanks, Connie.
Happy holidays.
Too.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
It's a nice
Always
sweater.
a pleasure. Yeah, I like the grids.
Nice
The
to
grid
see
sweater.
you.
Up next, we have an ordinance repealing the emergency ordinance 27/2020, authorizing temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County. Suzanne is here. Welcome, nice to see you.
Thanks, Greg. Nice to see you guys too. So this is second reading. Then the question obviously is about repealing the emergency ordinance that was adopted in 2020 that allowed for temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in Pitkin County. I think we went through it last time. There have been a few entities that utilized it over time, several of the on-mountain restaurants for Ski-Co, Merry-Go-Round, and the Sun Deck. And then the Woody Creek Tavern and Bayule. At this point, Bayule Retreat up the Frying Pan is the only entity that is still utilizing a temporary seating area in a tent that was erected. By repealing the ordinance, essentially no one would be able to apply under this provision anymore, once it goes away. So it would be effective at the end of the year, and there would be no new applications under it. The conversation with the board previously, when we talked about this ordinance back in June, and related to Bayule, was understanding that Bayule was going to be coming into the process to ask to retain that as a permanent structure and go through the process related to that. They did submit their application this fall. It is scheduled to the board on February 12th. So that is in the works right now, has been referred out to agencies to comment. So again, the conversation I think with the board at the time had been that Bayule would continue to use this tent on a temporary basis under the provision until there was disposition of their application to keep it as a permanent facility. I do know last time there had been comments from the Frying Pan Caucus and Woody Creek caucuses. Those were added to this packet as well. You did get additional public comment today from Melanie Buckholtz related to Bayule. I believe Melanie's online to make
didn't see her
comment. And then representatives from Bayule are also here to, if they're interested in making public comment. But I think that's it.
Great. We've got hands up for public comment, but I just wanted to ask questions from our
Point
board.
of clarification. I just want to clarify again with Bayule and this. These are separate issues with their application moving forward. And that we'll address the concerns that we've received so far at that time, not as part of today's thing to repeal this emergency ordinance, correct?
That would be my understanding. I mean, that will be the time when there'll be a full public comment specific to Bayule and their application.
Because I know
for the
that people
permanent
have
facility.
exhibited many concerns, but it's not like we're not going to address those concerns. It's just there's a better avenue in which to address them, which would be when we review the application on February 12th. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Patty. Any other comments or questions? Okay, then I'm going to open it to public comment.
I just would know, I couldn't, I'm emailing Sam right now because I can't open the file.
Yeah, I had trouble opening it
It's
also.
large.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
I'm not
it's
sure that
huge.
it's
That's-
named correctly. It's like not opening through PDF at all.
Right, something happened for me too. I had her send me
I
just the
couldn't
letter.
open other comments in the PDF on the Civic Plus file this weekend.
It's about 300 pages of stuff, so there's more than we could get through this morning. Okay, I'm going to go back. Public comment in the room. Would anybody in the room like to speak on this? And if you would like to, raise your hand.
I would, but I would like to have Mel go first, if that's okay.
And that's who?
Melanie Buckles.
Okay, Melanie, we'll certainly do that. I can call Melanie online. You've got your hand up, so we're just going to allow you to talk. And please go ahead. And you threw me off when it said Buck.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm under my husband's Zoom account. So, yes, thank you for that. And happy holidays to the commissioners. I do want to just start off by clarifying that I view these two things for Bayule to be separate issues. That we have the COVID ordinance and potential code violations under that with the temporary tent. And then separately, we have a building application that's been submitted. I believe that these are two separate things, although they're somewhat related, because In fact, Bayul had built a permanent structure instead of instead of a temporary COVID tent. So I'm just going to give you that caveat because I heard that question asked earlier. But I am here before you today as a resident and owner of a home in the Upper Frying Pan Valley to express my concerns regarding the temporary COVID tent for which Bayul Retreat was approved on April 21st, 2021, and which still stands. It is my understanding that some of you may have already decided to repeal the COVID ordinance today. However, before the COVID ordinance is repealed, I'm requesting the issues and concerns and possible permit violations surrounding Bayul's still operating COVID tent be resolved. The statement follows a letter submitted by me with several attachments. And it sounds like you may not be able to open them yet, but most of them are just to document what's in the body of the letter, photographs, and that sort of thing. Let's see. The attached documentation to that letter is a representative sample of even more documentation available on the internet and available to the public. The documentation reflects a history of Bayul not having an operating restaurant, using the temporary COVID tent to, quote, reimagine and develop the property to include, in part, establishing a concert venue and event center. The temporary COVID tent built by Bayul was, in reality, built as a permanent structure in the summer of 2021. Construction of which I believe was completed at approximately July of 2021. The intent and conditions of the permit approved on April 21st, 2021 under the ordinance 027.2020 was to expand restaurant seating to facilitate pandemic seating restrictions, which would allow restaurants to socially distance but not exceed the current restaurant capacity. Specific to Bayul Retreat, who I believe has the last remaining tent standing in Pitkin County, specific to their permit, their lodge capacity, and it is noted on that permit, is 70 people. Bayul Retreat's kitchen. As I understand it, Bayul has never had a consistent operating restaurant. They do provide catering for special events. Bayul has listed on their own website under the FAQ tab that individual guests should, quote, bring your own groceries with you. We have a small bodega offering gourmet provisions, including snacks, beer and wine, and some select ingredients for a last minute meal, end quote. Bayul also notes on their website under the food and catering tab, quote, we provide access to a communal kitchen in the main lodge, including a shared communal fridge. Guests through Bayul's website, both in the past and currently, have been encouraged to bring their own food and to cook in the community kitchen, if the guests aren't staying in one of the cabins with a kitchenette. And these individual guests are warned that the closest grocery store is 45 minutes away. Additionally, Bayul's use of their communal kitchen by guests is documented in Airbnb and TripAdvisor guest reviews as early as August 2021, a few months after they received the permit. Bayul Retreat's temporary COVID tent. It does not appear Bayul ever obtained a permit for the temporary tent. Therefore, it was not inspected prior to being utilized by Bayul. This requirement is listed among others in their April 21st, 2021 approved recitals for the COVID temporary tent as outlined in section 6A through F. The Pitkin County businesses, other Pitkin County businesses were held to the requirements under the COVID ordinance. Therefore, I would expect Bayul will be held to the same standards and codes. The permanent structure built by Bayul was never fully permitted in Pitkin County and still stands today. From the time it was built, the quote temporary restaurant tent has been utilized for different kinds of events, many of which are inconsistent with the originally approved permit and the intent of the emergency COVID ordinance designed to be used by restaurants as a way to socially distance their diners.
Hey, Melanie.
And spe-
Sorry.
Yes?
We're over 3 minutes for a comment. We usually keep them to 3 minutes. If you could summarize, we've got your letter here, but if you could summarize, that would be great. Thanks.
Sure, yes. I am specifically concerned with the tent's use as a concert and music venue. They have since the beginning, and I believe the first concert was in August 6th or 7th of 2021, and they had a performer there. No tables in that restaurant, in that COVID tent, no food served, no restaurant open. I believe that this COVID tent permit was applied for and obtained under false pretenses. And I just want to make a note that there is, I did provide an attachment that Ruben Sadowski provided an interview on a podcast in February of 2023, where he himself states that there have been 30 to 40 concerts at that time. Ruben was also involved with a music production company with James Gorman, the current manager of Bayul prior to this, and had events around Aspen. Basically, they couldn't find space in Aspen for their events, and so they have come to the Upper Frying Pan Valley. They've continued to exceed capacity and sell to their clients catering and events of over 100 people. They're limited, but this is what they sell to their clients. So it's not only about the COVID tent, but its design was to limit, not expand and increase capacity, but just geographically expand it. Instead, they have brought in more people and used that COVID tent for other purposes.
Thanks, Melanie. We're gonna, if that's it, we're well over the allotted time. I have to be fair to everyone. Thank you for your comment.
Sure. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, we'll be probably doing that in a separate form, but thank you.
Well, and I would just say, I just have one question. If the COVID ordinance is repealed, how will this building be regulated? Will it just be left to stand as a COVID tent?
Thank you for the question. We're not going to get into a dialogue right now, but we can address that to our staff and stay tuned, okay?
Great, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, other public comment? I see another one online. I see one in the room. Are you going to wait? I'll give you the option to wait or go now. Okay, I see Maggie Roth. And Maggie, we keep this as close to 3 minutes as possible. I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but please keep it short.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Please let me know. So you can hear me, okay? Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Maggie Roth. I grew up in the valley, in the Roaring Fork Valley, and have lived in Meredith, in the little trailer park in Meredith, for a little over 4 years. And also wanted to express my concerns with this tent, the actions of Bayul collectively, and those of the co-owners specifically, and my concern with how this situation has been handled or not handled, to my mind. My understanding, it's clear, I think, from this conversation that these permits were intended for restaurants, and that Bayul never has had or does not currently have a restaurant. So it is there. I don't know how it even ever got issued to them, or if it was just not valid. I don't know all of the facts, but I feel like I know enough of them that it kind of fell through here. I thought the permit expired a couple years ago, so I don't know if I'm wrong about that also. But so I would just, if it did expire or was invalid, I would just expect the structure whatever's in question for such a permit to come down immediately. I also agree that I think there's a lot of evidence that Bayul was misleading in their application for the permit, and that they built a permanent structure for other purposes, for concerts, that some of which can appropriately be described as raves. And many other things, not restaurants. And as Melanie mentioned, there have been capacity violations that I believe they have admitted to, but have not been held accountable for some reason. And also, I'm curious if there were issues found with the fire department's inspection or what have you, and if those were addressed. To my mind, even if this was a valid permit for a restaurant, for social distancing under COVID, that does not apply. If the program is ending, such a structure should come down. So I do not agree that they should be allowed, and should have been allowed all this time, or continue to have, I don't know if illegal is right, but a non-permitted structure to stay up until some other permit may or may not be approved. So I just ask you to enforce the permits and the rules that we have, and require that the tent come down. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate your comments. Do we have any other comments online, and then I'll come back to the room. I don't see any. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the room. Come on up, center seat. Let's make sure your mic's on.
Just make sure it's red. Oh,
And start with your name, if you would.
I'm just going to track my time. Hi, my name is Abby Stern, and I want to first respond about we very much have food service, and a lot of it. What you see on the website, we have two essentially groups of clients. One is somebody who honestly want to stay in Aspen and they can't afford it. And they come for a 1 to 2 night stay, and we try to convince them to stay longer. And the other is when people come for an intention, a group, whether it's a corporate group, a family reunion, and they're coming, those are who we're doing the food service for. When we do food service for the people who are just staying 1 night or 2, but it has to be a minimum of 15 people, and we have to know a week ahead of time. That's for staff and for food purchasing. We're an hour from the closest grocery store, and we are not able to get a delivery unless we hit a certain amount of money being spent. So, and I'm happy to share our revenue. We have a large portion is food service, and we are very much doing it about 5 days a week in our high season, which is from May until October. I'm trying to think if there's any other specific things I want to respond about. We have been in the process with the county commissioners, the land use department, and the building department to put in this application for what the tent looks like moving forward, or what it looks like if it's not. The recent addendum that I'm not sure if you've seen yet is we're now talking about making it into a stick building rather than a tent to be able to meet the Picken County energy efficiency codes. And I'm very much looking forward to doing this the right way, making sure we are following the right codes and that it is up to all standards. I have reached out to the the Upper Frying Pan Caucus many times, trying to have as many meetings, trying to get their input. I have a lot of letters and a lot of public comment from people who are supporting this, all up and down the valley. When you were talking about community earlier, we are so trying to also do that. Like, we care so much about people and about gathering. And yes, we have had music, and there's also something really powerful about singing together and about dancing together. And whether it's somebody's 50th birthday or it's RMI, they all want to have some sort of music there. And it's something that we're trying to work with. We want to be in regulation. I have dove deep recently into our occupancy rates. I've been working with Brian Doherty at Public Health and going through all the documentation of what our well can hold, as well as our septic system, and finding documentation of the last owners having 150 people at their weddings. We have, like, their wedding document. We have never approached 150. And so, but we are doing more there than has been there in the past 20 years. And we really want to make this business successful. I have lived in Pickens County since the day I graduated college. And it's been my dream to have a business here. Sorry, good emotional. And I want to work with you guys. So thank you.
Abby, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your comment.
3:15.
You did fine. You did fine.
Good job.
I have questions for her later.
Thank you. I want to see if there is any other public comment in the room. I don't see any. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I had Kelly and then Steve.
No, it's okay. I mean, I have questions for the representatives of Bayul, which is not the appropriate time right now to ask them.
Okay.
Because this is about our ordinance. I have to say, I may request a continuance on this for conference with Rye and for the ability to read this letter with large attachments that we've been unable to read today.
Great, thank you.
Because this is the real, I mean, the ordinance otherwise is fine. I'm prepared, I'm fine and ready to move this on, but I think some valid questions have remained about the extension of the permit to March.
Thank you. Steve?
So just to note that the Bayul permit runs through March, I don't have the exact date here right now, but March 25th.
And that's, and
which
just
is beyond the February
and just to
12th
clarify,
hearing
that is
date.
the building permit that is issued. It's a temporary, basically the tent permit that was issued. That's what expires in March 25th, 2025. And just to that point, I mean, yes, there was a period of time where they had not obtained the permit for that tent and were operating without the permit, but they have worked with the building department and the fire department to obtain a permit and get the appropriate inspections for that. So that, just to clarify that point.
And that being said, with their business being during the summertime, I think it's entirely appropriate to repeal our outdoor restaurant seating thing from during the pandemic. For a long time, I was saying the pandemic is not over because there was still a high level of incidence of people getting COVID, but now there's a low level of incidence. I would say that I would call the pandemic over. We are not in that situation anymore that we were. It's appropriate to repeal that ordinance from 2020. All of the public comments have been more directed. I think they'd be more appropriate during the hearing in February about, whether to make this a permanent thing for Bayul or to have it be shut down. I don't think it really applies to whether we should end the ordinance right now.
Well, can I get clarification on that? Mm-hmm. I guess I'm not clear on whether the ordinance has to be in effect for them to continue the validity of their use of the tent that has been properly permitted at this point. Like, how do these two interact with each other? If this ordinance goes away, are they now illegally operating despite having a permit for the tent, for the structure?
Well, there's a little bit to
if
unpack
that's for
here.
exec, then let's
Yeah,
continue
maybe we
this
can
and
talk
add
about it a little.
time.
I think what I would say now generally to you all is that they're entitled to rely on the building permit, whether temporary or permanent, that they have at the moment. Unless, and I don't know the answer to this, unless there's some condition in that temporary permit that makes it reliant on some other ordinance or rule that you all put in place in order for that permit to be valid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect that temporary permit does not reference any
This
other
ordinance.
ordinance, but
Mhm.
I don't know that for sure. But to tell them to remove a structure that there is a temporary building permit for is a tricky bit of business.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I guess it's that question that sounds like we're not 100% certain about is what I'm concerned about. If removing this doesn't do anything with what they're already permitted to do, then I'm fine with that. but I don't want to untether something that's currently tethered.
Sure, and as I understand it, and Suzanne can probably correct me, is that part of the timing considerations with the temporary permit was to allow them to process or have a development application in to further that use if it's deemed appropriate by this board ultimately.
Sure.
And I think the timing of the temporary permit relatively coincides with the review period for that development application that is currently pending.
Right.
And we have a separate process for dealing with pending applications that all may or may not have code violations.
Correct.
You know, which doesn't, which is separate from this ordinance, but just to let the public know that. Okay.
That is correct.
Well, unless Suzanne, can you answer that question that we have about whether their temporary permit refers at all to this ordinance?
I mean, essentially, it is a temporary permit because we've always acknowledged that, right, the basis, they need the land use approval to have permanent additional square footage associated with this. So again, that's the connection between them is right. It was the COVID ordinance and the temporary nature, and that's why it's currently a temporary permit for the structure. I mean, in all of these cases, everything's a little twisted in terms of normally when planning comes first and then building, and it's very clean for us. You know, this hasn't worked that way, and there have been questions about, you know, starting to use the tent, but they hadn't had the permit. We got them to get the permit, you know, again, but the only way they could have that additional square footage to use at this time was based on the ability under the COVID ordinance to have a temporary facility for the seating. I'm not sure I'm making it any more clear.
I'm not sure you are either.
I don't know the way forward yet.
Yeah, again, I guess I just am wondering that if we're undoing this ordinance, you know, how does our permit that we issued still be valid, you know, in terms of our portion of the contract, right? I don't know. I guess should we continue this and get exec session time for
If you have
your
some
research
concerns about
and-
that, I think it probably makes sense to do that.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to hear from
I have a
Patty
different
next.
side of that.
Okay.
Patty, go ahead.
My feeling is if we follow through with this and repeal this, the COVID emergency issue, seating, and we find that after we do that, they're in violation of their temporary permit, then their temporary permit will go away. So it doesn't matter if we get legal counsel on that between now and passing this. It would come out, it would be flushed out by us repealing this ordinance, having Suzanne go back and look at their temporary permit, and if it relies upon this, then their temporary permit would go away. They'd be in violation. But if it doesn't rely on this, then they could move forward with their hearing date on the 12th and keep the tent where it is until we resolve that side of the issue. Does that make sense, Ryan? You can say no.
No, I'm not going to say that. So to further confuse things, there's a difference to the entitlement to maintain the structure in its current form as it sits today and to use it, right?
Right.
So if they don't have an existing entitlement to use it, from an enforcement standpoint, that's different, saying you cannot use this structure as opposed to the structure must be removed. You understand the distinction between
Yeah,
those
it can
two things?
stand there and not be temporary
not be
expanded square
utilized,
footage.
right? But again, my understanding of why there's a temporary permit in place is to allow them to come in to either legalize the use of it or not. But I don't really want to get much more in detail into that in the public session, right?
Sure.
Yeah, my feeling was though, if this goes through and we repeal this emergency ordinance and we find that, and then saying, okay, we've repealed it and their temporary permit relied upon this ordinance, then their temporary permit would be null and void.
Yeah.
So we can either put the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse.
I'm going to go to Steve.
So a solution would be to continue this until somewhere around February 12th when the other thing, just don't do the repealing the ordinance until the issue on their land use application has been heard. That way, we can avoid the issue of whether they're legal or not.
See, I don't agree with that. I don't think that this applies to their temporary permit, but it might, as Kelly's suggesting. So I think we could have that resolved by next meeting in January 8th to say, can you review that to see if their temporary permit relies upon this or if it doesn't? And then we would know where to go, rather than continue it to this other hearing that really has nothing to do with this. It has more to do with what they're trying to do in a broader aspect.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Francie next.
Thank you, Greg. I'm wondering if there are any other people whom this decision would affect between now and March. And if there are not, I would go with Steve's suggestion that we sort of tie this together, because first of all, it would be, I imagine there's a lot of snow up there, so asking him to take down a tent immediately is, unreasonable probably. So if they are in fact tied to each other, why don't we make the decision when they actually do affect each other, rather than making it now and then forcing them into non-conformance or non-compliance? I mean, yeah, I think Steve's suggestion was good.
Great.
Thanks, Francie. I'm going to go to Patty, but then I want to see if Suzanne
we wouldn't
or
be
Rod
asking them to take down the tent now. Then we'd
Not until March.
Yeah. So I think we should have clarification on whether the two are tied or not by January 8th. And then we can repeal this, we can move this forward, and then hear their hearing on the 12th as to the bigger aspects that the neighbors are really more concerned about, is the broader picture of the use of that property.
Thanks, Patty. Steve?
So I think that's the best solution at this point. Continue it to January 8th, and maybe this would be resolved by January 8th. We'd have more information. If at that point we haven't resolved it, then we could figure out another solution.
I just want to look at Suzanne. Any comment, any issues? Would it be problematic to do that, or Rye? And then I see Francie has her hand up again also.
I don't see any concern. I mean, again, we were bringing it forward because your initial conversation had been, okay, it's time to repeal this. So, right, it's a self-imposed deadline at this point, so there's no issue on our end with pushing that back.
Thank you. Francie?
I just wanted to make sure that if we're asking Suzanne to do something between now and then, there's time to do it, because we're about to go into the holidays.
That's what I was getting at as well. So it seems reasonable. So I haven't seen a motion, but I've seen a suggestion that we make a motion to continue this to January
8th, but can we ask if staff feels that they can look at the documents between now and then? And
well, I certainly can, but I don't think you're asking,
asking both of you.
It doesn't seem like the packet changes.
Yeah,
we
I
just need
don't
some
think so.
background
I think it's just delaying the action and figuring out what's going to happen in the event that you ultimately repeal the ordinance.
Right.
I mean, my inclination is that the allowance for the use goes away, but the structure stays.
Right.
And that if they were continue to utilize a structure without the supporting ordinance in place, they would do so at their own risk, meaning if they incurred a violation between the time period when you repealed this statute and the time that their land use application was reviewed, that would probably be a pretty bad idea, to put it in a less than legal term.
When does it go into effect? Is this 30 days?
Usually it'd be 30 days after the ordinance is voted upon.
So if we did this today, they would have between, what is today? I should know this. A
It's
week
December
before Christmas. January 18th to March, whatever day in March the temporary permit expires, that they would not be able to use the tent,
Unless
which is
it's
legally
resolved
permitted.
on the 12th.
I still think we need to talk about this in exec.
I think
I think
I'm hearing a call for a continuance in
I'll
an
make a
exec session.
motion to continue this. where is it? The ordinance repealing the emergency ordinance 27/2020, authorizing a temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Picken County to January 8th.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. Further comment from the board?
Yes, please.
And I just would note that also continues public comment to that date, so there will be another option for submittal of public comment.
Yeah, there'll still be opportunities to weigh in. Francie?
Yeah, I just don't see what the hurry is. Why don't we just wait and find out everything we want to find out and let winter start to go away from up there before we make decisions that might affect physical actions that are incompatible with 4 feet of snow.
Well, Francie, they're having parties. They're hosting events in that tent currently. So I don't think the timing of the year is
An issue.
affecting, use. It's sort of our decision relative to the use or not.
Right, but if we want more information and we want to know whether one action is going to impact another action, I don't know, I just don't see why we have to do it on January 8th instead of in March. That's all.
Great.
I don't see the rush.
Thanks, Francie.
Yeah, I myself would like to have that one cleared up before we do the hearing in February. I'd like to know the status of this ordinance and if it does or if it doesn't impact their application. I want to have that cleared up before we hear their application in February. That's why I'd like to get this decided. And all we're asking is for staff to look at this ordinance and if it applies to the application they have coming forward in February. That's not a lot of information. I can just read one document and compare it to another. And give us their extreme intelligent advice.
And if the guidance from staff and attorneys is just do these later, we can have that advice
back
come
again.
to us too.
Right.
Right. Did we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
We did. Okay, and I had enough conversation on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're continued to January
Francie,
8th.
go aye or nay?
And there will be did you?
I'll go with aye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for
Thanks, ladies.
tagging along with us.
Well, she agreed to continue. She wanted it later.
We have a continuous, right. And there'll be a little bit more time. There will be more opportunity for comment. Thank you all for coming in. Thanks for calling in. And we're going to gather information and see you in January.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, I'm going to keep going. GR is here to talk about the reso authorizing. Do you need a break? Are we talking about a short break before?
I'm going to grab some water. I don't know if anyone else
I'd like to
needs a
get some
break.
water also. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay, we'll be
Thank you.
back. We'll be back at 1:51 or
It's almost
thereabouts.
40 degrees outside.
Okay, up next,
He counts.
we're still on individual consideration items, public hearing, second reading. This is a reso authorizing acceptance of the State of Colorado's Energy Office's Geothermal Energy Grant Program grant for the AABC Thermal Energy Network Design Study. GR.
Thank you, Greg. Again, I'm GR Fielding, the Construction and Assets Director. And as you so eloquently just read, we are here for a resolution to accept a grant from the State of Colorado's Energy Office to finish up the feasibility study of a geothermal heating district. There's a lot of potential for that out around the Aspen Airport, the Picken County Public Works Facility, and the Aspen Maintenance Facility that is operated by RAFTA. We hope that we can finish up this study by the middle part of 2025 and to let us know if we should pursue a design and what type of design to pursue. This is a stem from a number of studies that happened after the Lake Christine fire, which happened back in 2018. And 2019, we started a number of different studies, and after all of the studies over, I think it was about 3 years, we had a white paper written, and it recommended 2 projects. One being the microgrid project, which we're building the battery energy storage system for right now, and the other being this geothermal heating district.
I just wanted to ask, why did the proposal to tap the hot air from this building not go through with the others?
You mean in this room specifically?
Yeah.
Greg, I've been told not to be too sarcastic with replies in this room, but
Who told you that?
No wonder it's been so dull around here.
you know, there's a lot of new technologies coming on. I'm unaware of hot air capture from boardrooms, but
From windy speeches. Got it. Okay, we'll keep going then. What else you got for us?
not much. You know, the board has seen this we had a Q3 supplemental to allocate budget for our match to this grant. The grant is for $250,000. And we anticipate that we will be doing some hydrogeologic exploration come spring when the ground thaws to see where the best places or the best place and what type of wells would be available to us for this project.
Great, thank you. So it's a $250,000 grant with a match from the county for $200,000. So we're getting the better part of that matching grant. It is a public hearing, and I'd like to open that up now. If anyone online would like to speak on this topic, *9 to raise your hand. And I don't see anybody online who would do that from the look of the names I see. I'm going to bring it back to the room. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to talk about this subject? Come on, Joe, come on down. You're waiting for something else. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and Steve.
So I just recently, a few days ago, saw a map showing the geothermal potential for the whole United States. And Colorado was a big red hotspot for geothermal potential. And I know there's we have lots of hot springs located all over in the mountains, which maybe are associated with the faults where the hot water comes up. But I remember a place on our ranch where I called it the hot rock, because there could be 4 feet of snow, and this one rock, the snow would all be melted, as if that rock were generating heat. And I always wondered if it was somehow connected to a geothermal hotspot right at that location. I never drilled down there to find out. But I think it's very appropriate that we be doing the geothermal study here because of our location.
You're going to have time for that in January.
Yeah, I'll get out a pick and start digging a well right there.
You can have your own hot tub.
Well, Steve,
don't forget.
It's on the part we sold. We don't own that land anymore.
Oh, that's even better. Okay.
Steve, we do hope that we are able to drill in between a lot of different hot rocks. So.
Great. Kelly had a comment.
Yeah, I guess any insight as to why the full grant amount was not funded? Was it a competitive
It's a
grant
very, very
cycle?
competitive program.
Okay.
I think they were very overwhelmed with the wishes to participate in the program. At this time, too, there is a state tax credit that staff is looking at putting in the paperwork for around this initiative as well that can help fund future initiatives. While we didn't get the full request, what they did allow us to do is reduce our scope.
Good.
And so we reduced our scope fairly commensurate with what we anticipate the cost of the final feasibility to be.
Great. Thanks. Exciting. This is cool stuff.
Well, geologically, is this connected to the Yellowstone caldera? You know, I always look at those maps, and it just appears that the real hot spot is that Yellowstone caldera, which could blow at any minute. I just wanted to point that out, which could solve all of our problems. Is that any comment on that?
I don't have any because I do not know what the limits of.
You haven't looked that far afield.
No.
Okay, well that's fine. You're limited to your what you can do in the county. I appreciate that.
Kind of hard to drill in a national park, but maybe not next year. Who knows, right?
Well, horizontal drilling could solve that. Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring it back around and ask for a motion if anybody's willing to make one.
Did you open and close the public?
I did.
Oh, yeah, you
I missed that one. Boy, you're way ahead of me today.
I'll make a
I'm impressed.
motion to approve the resolution of the BoCC authorizing acceptance of State of Colorado Energy Office Geothermal Energy Grant for the AABC Thermal Energy Network Design Study.
Second the
Thanks,
motion.
GGR, for all your expertise.
Okay, I was just going to say for further discussion that when they title it the Geothermal Energy Grant Program, then they always have to put another grant at the end of that when it's a grant you're applying for.
I'm going to
So
start calling it the GR Energy.
the GR Energy is better. Yeah, I like
Thermal
that.
Energy
I just recommend they change the name of it so they don't have a redundant grant in this title of the thing. But notwithstanding, all in favor.
I guess. I'm not sure what I just said.
I think
to,
Francie
but
just said aye. Thank
She
you.
said aye.
Oh,
Thank you.
we got it.
GR.
We're past. Thanks, GR. Thanks for enduring my attempts at dad humor.
Prepping for your girls to come home.
They're home. They don't respond to it, so I've got to try it out on staff who are expected to laugh regardless how funny it is or not.
Staff has to, but your daughters don't.
Exactly. My daughters will not laugh. Resolution approving and authorizing the chair to sign a grant from the state of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, to assist with a feasibility study to support the development of sustainable production fuel, aviation fuel production facility, here we go again, on the western slope of Colorado. Rich Michael.
Who is this guy?
Dan.
Who is? I know.
John.
Citing a rare sighting.
We recognize you. Are you ready to endure the gauntlet?
Well, I was a little hesitant walking up here. Commissioners Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. Before I start, Steve, I don't know that I'm going to be here in January for your last meeting, but I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciated working with you, and thank you for your service. You've just been...
What do you mean you're not going to be here in January?
Well, I could do it on Zoom, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I would be in town physically. How's that? I'm here for a while, Patty. I just physically... I couldn't shake your hand physically, so...
It's been a real pleasure working with you, Rich.
Well.
And we have such great staff in our county that it's made this job easy for me.
Well, yeah. Well,
No,
it
you're
always
just
takes your
easy.
support to do that.
That's why-
So we do appreciate that.
That's
but-
why I'm always looking for a reso or an ordinance prohibiting any retirements while I'm
Well, Rich
elected.
isn't necessarily totally retiring.
Well, we don't know. So
We'll still have you around to kick
should we go
around
on
for
to
a
the topic here? That probably
He's
What was
changing
what was the
subject.
topic? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. I got Michael Port, you can see, is also on. We're bringing, yes, a second reading and a public hearing on the acceptance of the $200,000 grant from the Department of Local Affairs. We went over this in detail in the first reading. It really is to finance a feasibility study for analyzing potential of putting a refinery somewhere in western slope of Colorado. We're looking towards Grand Junction area, the Mesa County. They are a participant in this, both helping us with the development of the feasibility study, but also financing a portion of this. So they had put in $50,000 to this project. So nothing changed in between first reading and second. I'm always poised to answer that question, other than the fact that we have got an RFP that was published yesterday. So it is out. I took a gamble that you all weren't going to take your money back and make this more miserable trying to get through that entire process if you would have done that. But we're excited. We've been working with Michael, Dan Bartholomew at the airport, and Jackie Francis from our Airport Advisory Board. And so we've got what we think is a good feasibility report, RFP out there. And so we'll see. I think we're going to generate quite a bit of interest from this.
Great, thank you. Questions, comments from the board before I go to public comment?
The thought just crossed my mind that there could be similarities between the facility to generate sustainable aviation fuel and a facility to do for a landfill, like a digester type thing at a landfill, would be similar. I think the process or the equipment, and maybe there's some side benefit we could get from this study just to have some ideas for the landfill. It would be a different process, but both of them could produce energy in their own way.
What's interesting, we've been working with Eagle County manager, and they are a few steps ahead of us in looking at just exactly what you're talking about. They're working with a company that we have specifically listed to have analyzed in our facility study or feasibility study that locates kind of I don't know, you said kind of a boxcar size product out onto the landfill that will produce SAF and utilize the waste at the landfill. So we have included that in this as well. John and Jeff Schroll have been talking about this for quite some time, and so we wanted to make sure we included that portion.
Yeah, and it actually can convert to a number of fuel types, but all of this is in theory. A lot of this is, still has to be proven. They have not necessarily done all the municipal waste to scale, and so we're looking forward to continuing to explore all of these options. That's part of the reason for the feasibility study, was that uncertainty about scalability and long-term reliability. Like, has the technology been through enough cycles of producing these fuels that we would want to make a capital investment that would obligate us for some time or put funding at risk. And so that's why we wanted to step back into this feasibility study, but we will be looking at all these questions.
Yeah, and that brings to my mind maybe the best site could be at the Mesa County landfill south of town. That's fairly close to the Louisiana Pacific plant that I think has been shut down in Olathe for some time, but that was a whole business hauling, I think, waste logs out of the forest to there. And so maybe there's some synergy between a couple different projects there for coming up with the ideal site for doing our plant.
You bet. Yeah, thank you, Steve. I'm sure that they'd take a look at even even though it's a whole different type of production facility in Eagle that recently shut down. Who knows? That may be looked at as well. But
so does the RFP go out to people who produce biodigester equipment, or does it go more to people who are talking about studying the feedstock and the supply chain for the fuel for the feedstock?
That's the main focus.
So you're not
is really is the feedstock and supply. But it's out on the web. I mean, it'll go out all over, and we've already had different requests from acronyms that I thought I was familiar with, but not now in that world. And so I'm sure it'll get out there all over the place.
Great.
So I think it's important to note that there's that iterative relationship, right, based on the technologies that are available and how they process the organic matter and what their capabilities are and what our feedstock is. So we'll be looking at both sides of those equations.
And the interesting thing we've got to be reminded, they're so great reminders, the way the plant, the biofuel plant just shut down in gypsum because they perhaps they ran out of a cheap source of, it was expensive to transport the wood there. The ski company's carbon, methane burning facility in Somerset or wherever that was shut down after 10 years because the fuel supply ran out. So part of this study is determining, will these feedstocks actually be around for 30 years or whatever the minimum is to pay off the thing. So a SAF plant of that scale may require 30-year guaranteed supply of feedstock. And so then it makes you wonder if would they be competing with other purchasers of that feedstock as this becomes more popular? What if somebody comes and buys your feedstock?
They want to buy your trash?
Well, it buys it away from you. I'm just thinking that long-term considerations that haven't occurred to me yet. Francie, do you have your hand up? She does. You're still muted.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I just wanted to say that for me, really, maybe not the only, because there's so much to learn, but from my perspective right now, the only reasonable feedstock is trash. And so I know there's a huge place, I think it's in Denmark, that's using trash. And I mean, it would be so great if we could just, kill two birds with one stone here. And so, you know my feeling about using agricultural products and water to grow the agricultural products and all of that. So I'll be really interested to see what comes out of this. I look forward to it. I'm so glad you guys are doing it. But I hope you'll focus mightily on trash. Thank you.
Thanks, Francie. Now, who's going to be who's the point person on our end for the RFP? Is it Michael, or where do the proposals go?
Yeah, they go to our procurement department. We have a team then that will evaluate them. They're due the 24th of January. We have a voting member team. In fact, we have the Mesa County Administrator and the Eagle County Administrator as part of that voting side of it. Jackie will serve as an advisor on the non-voting side. And then we have Michael Port, myself, Dan, Diane, I believe, is on there too.
Is that enough time to respond to an RFP of this scale? It's because we're going to be, it's a little over a month, but there's a holiday in between that's 10 days worth. So
yeah, we have on the 9th, we have an opportunity for a Zoom Q&A. So it's out there now. People that get it, they can call in, turn it around. If we've got a delay, we can always punt. But we're looking at trying to have this under contract by towards the end of February. So it takes a while to get through a process like this.
Great, thank you.
I thought the holidays would give them time to actually work on it.
They could work on it, yeah. It's time to focus. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, I think I need to open this to public comment.
And just real quick, I'll just say that having this move forward will be great to have in our pockets when we go to the NACO conference in March to say, this is what we're looking at, and this is how fees could be used off-site from airports throughout our region to help do this. You have to be careful using climate action at the NACO meetings because of the audience you have before you. So we'll have to come up with some universal wording when we're back there. But we have time now to work on that. But I really appreciate this moving forward. And in light of the state legislature looking at a tax credit for SAF, it's all coming together as we move forward, and I think our timing's going to be right on the mark.
I think so too. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Great. Now, last question I have is the entire RFP in the body of this, or do we need to access that elsewhere?
I'd be happy to send that out to you. It's not in the body of that, no.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I think this is a public hearing. It is. It still is. I want to open this up. If anybody would like to talk online, we can look online on this topic about the SAF production facility RFP for a study, or in the room. I don't see any hands up. Come on, where are all the wonks out there? Okay, I'll bring it back.
I would love to make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs to assist with the feasibility study to support the development of sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, production facility on the western slope of Colorado.
I'll second.
Second from Kelly. I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, thank you,
That's
thank
5
you.
ayes.
you.
Thanks,
you.
Rich. We
Thank you
let you
very
off easy.
Okay.
All
Thanks,
right.
Michael. Happy holidays.
Thanks, Michael. Next up, individual consideration items, emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading. This is an emergency reso concerned with the adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for fiscal year 2025. And Connie's back.
Oh, they're all coming forward. We must be
Back
making
and
them
back.
nervous here.
They're all here. This must be important if you're all here.
Can we
Well,
just
we weren't
continue
able,
this till
Liz and I
after
were
I'm
away
done?
at
Yeah.
at the emergency. We wanted to let you know that we were here to support Connie, so we're just here to support.
Oh, okay. Well, that carries some real weight, so we're going to pay attention now.
So good afternoon again, Board. We're happy to be here for the confirmatory reading of 2 resolutions regarding the 2025 budget. The 2025 budget and 5-year plan is a financially sound budget. We've used conservative revenue estimates. We're maintaining very healthy fund balance. And we think that gives the county the ability to be able to adapt should economic circumstances change in the coming year. It gives the board flexibility. So it's a very good budget in that way. Some of the priorities in the 2025 budget were the retention and recruitment of staff. And throughout the process, as we were going through the meetings, we were able to actually increase the pool for wage increases for employees from 5 to 6%. We're also maintaining a great employee benefit package, and we were able to keep the increase for employee health insurance to only 5%, which was a good win for employees. Other priorities that the BoCC has had that are reflected in the budget include a number of investments in employee housing. Of course, the biggest being our new property tax, a new fund with about $8.5 million per year for affordable employee housing. And we look forward to seeing what investments may come out of that. We're also maintaining our current employee housing programs, our contribution annually to APCHA, our deed-restricted program, employee down payment assistance loans. Phillips Mobile Home Park infrastructure is moving forward with the water and wastewater engineering. The airport is budgeted for the purchase of an employee housing unit. And Open Space and Trails is also budgeted to renovate employee housing units on open space land for employee rental. With climate initiatives, there are a number of items in the budget, and just to name a few of them, we have the Climate Action Plan, building electrification at Health and Human Services and the library, adding new electric vehicles to our fleet and a new charging station, and continued investment in the microgrid, just to name a few. The budget includes investments in county assets, maintaining our roads and planning for future bridge replacements, airport pavement maintenance, and project planning for future projects. The Solid Waste Center is beginning the first phase of their landfill expansion by moving the Scalehouse campus and designing their new Scalehouse campus, and then will further expand the landfill. A new dispatch center in Elgibel with the design and shell build out in 2025, just to name a few of the large projects that we have. And while those larger projects get more attention and are maybe more interesting, the bulk of the county budget really is those ongoing services that staff provide for our community. Last week in the emergency resolution, I named just a few of those with child welfare and public health, immunizations, sheriff's law enforcement, mountaintop transmitter sites for TV and radio, plowing and maintenance of county roads, ambulance, Healthy Rivers Library, and on and on. John, in his county manager chats, often says that we support people from before they're born until after they die, even with our coroner service.
What about the ones in between?
Yeah, what about the
And
middle?
everything in between.
Okay, thank you.
So our county budget is a large budget. It is
I should start coughing when you say that.
$263 million. And this shows the breakout between all of the different county funds. The board has gone through this budget extensively in meetings in October and November, so I'm sure you're familiar or can remember back to a number of those presentations as you see this. And included in your budget documents are also all of the detail with all of the revenue numbers and expenditures and everything else, but this is just to summarize and not go into too much detail today.
And did you say earlier, yes, I'm trying to remember, just you could throw out the ballpark, but it's about 63. The 63 is really capital projects.
Yeah, about 65 million
65,
is for capital projects, and just under 200 million is for our operations in all of these different funds.
Great, thank you.
Then by state statute, the board must first approve and adopt the budget and then set the mill levies for the coming year.
And if that's it, I'll open it up to public comment, unless we have questions, further questions from the board.
I have
Patty.
questions and I'm sorry if I've missed this somewhere, but the new housing tax mill levy, it's 8-point-something million. But in the budget, it's listed at 12.14. So did we combine another fund into that? Is that where that, okay, because I tried to find that, but I was unable to, but I thought that's what we did.
Yes, so we were planning, the board originally had 5 million from the general fund to
Right,
use
so we
on
rolled that
employee
in.
housing. 1 million has been spent on other projects like the West Mountain Regional contributions and
Right.
some other projects. The remaining 4 million, just a little over 4 million, we were going to move into the housing impact fee, but we're now moving it into the new property tax fund to be able to combine with other partnerships.
Right,
or,
right. It gives us a little more usability.
So that's why you see that higher
Okay,
amount.
perfect. The other 2 points that I want to make that, again, I'm concerned about the 11.675 FTEs that we're moving forward. I always have concerns about that. I know some of them we've just consolidated or changed or they're funded, etc. But I still need to point that out, that is concerning. And as far as EVs, Greg, you can help me with this. I was just reading something or heard something about the state of Colorado is #1 in the country now
For adoption of EVs, yeah.
for people who are purchasing new vehicles that are EVs. So that gives me hope that then the infrastructure that's required for all of those growing numbers of EVs will be moving forward as fast as the growing number of them. So we have what we need for those to be feasible and usable. But I'm still concerned on the county level. So if you purchase a GMC EV for warranty and maintenance, etc., you have to take it to their dealership. I know that Fleet is, talk with Fleet about it. They're very aware of this when purchasing, because it would be timely and costly for us to have to take the vehicles every time they needed to be worked on to a GMC dealer, which I think the closest is maybe Grand Junction. What? Is it Berthoud? I've seen some of them down there, but still, we can't do it in-house. So we need to be aware of that as we move it forward. I still have concerns. And I think Fleet will do the best when they're going to purchase, if they find a great deal on hybrids that they can maintain here at home, versus purchasing some of those vehicles. I think they'll move that forward in a wise way, and I'm confident in that. So I will be supporting the budget just with my concerns, and thank you for the clarification on the housing dollars.
Great, thanks, Patty, and I appreciate what you said there. And yes, the infrastructure, charging infrastructure is the big push right now, and they've been aware of it for quite a while, and efforts statewide,
I'm hoping that as our
federally.
numbers keep leading the way,
Yeah.
that we'll lead the way with the
There's
infrastructure.
money
which we'll
flowing
have to.
that direction, definitely.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, there was just an article about the need for greater infrastructure for electricity. And XL customers, they said, will have to be paying $5 billion to provide enough infrastructure for all of the heat pumps and electric vehicles coming to the state. So we need to keep that in mind when we're pushing for these things, which are really good, but then there is that additional cost that is kind of like a hidden cost, but it has to be paid for by somehow. And I guess our county budget, we actually pay for that a little bit at a time, like if we need to put in greater electricity infrastructure at the airport or something, and we'll have to pay for that as we go. But there is that cost that we need to keep in mind.
You know, the one, just on that topic, very briefly, two of the other greatest hits on our infrastructure, electric infrastructure, are Bitcoin mining and the use of AI, which are both super energy intensive. So that's a double-edged sword that we're using more energy with these new things, which to me aren't particularly necessary. So there we have it. Kelly.
I should have asked this before, but can you tell us about what percentage of the total $263 million is savings carried over?
This does not include savings that are carried forward. We'll
So
be
the fund
doing
balances
a
are separate.
resolution next year for projects that will be carried forward. Now, those
I guess, no, I think what I'm trying to ask is.
use of fund
what
balance?
percentage is fund balance?
Use of fund balance. I can show you that. If you give me just a moment.
It's like we're not raising $263 million in a single
Yeah,
year
that's
because
good
we're
for the-
carrying forward a very high percentage of what we've saved for a number of reasons. And that's, I think,
It's good for the public to know
Yeah.
that.
Yes, for a lot of capital projects, we'll use a save and spend method where we save up fund balance, we save up excess revenue for a number of years, and then spend it down all at once. So this chart is difficult to see. Let me see if I can zoom in at the bottom. Our net change in fund balance for all county funds, we're spending down fund balance by about $2.2 million. You can see there is, in the general fund is where we have the largest use of fund balance. But we did start the year, or we're projecting to start 2025 with over $28 million in fund balance in the general fund. So we have a lot of one-time savings in the general fund that we're planning on spending down, particularly for these capital projects. So most of that spending down of fund balance in the general fund, $10.5 million, is for supporting capital projects. Whether the electrification in the library with a transfer, and then projects in the capital fund. And that does also include the $4 million transfer for housing.
Right.
As if you look down through the net change in fund balance for other funds, you can see which fund is adding to their fund balance. For example, Road and Bridge is budgeted to add $423,000 to their fund balance, while Human Services is budgeted to spend down $135,000. So it varies from fund to fund, year to year, depending on their particular cycle or circumstances, what their projects are and where they are in that. You'll notice that Open Space and Trails, for example, is showing that they will add almost $3 million to fund balance, but that's because any acquisitions that may be coming up have not been appropriated yet, and they'll come to the board with an ordinance at the moment when those are available. Did that answer your question?
I mean, I think so. I guess I'm looking at the very bottom where the 261.
Right. So we have budgeted
Includes the
261 million in revenue and spending 263. So that's that difference of about 2.2 million spending down fund balance, spending down revenue or savings from prior years that was saved up and available.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Great. And we're still maintaining the healthy,
Yes,
what do you call it? The reserve fund.
Our overall fund balance is almost 160 million, And that's 81%
There, thank you.
of our operating expenditures. So that's a very healthy fund balance. And the reason that we present those 5-year plans to you as we're walking through the budget cycle is to show exactly this. If we're spending down prior year savings, is that going to put us in a bad position in future years? And if you carry that budget out for the 5 years and see, okay, well, where does that leave us with fund balance? Then that can give reassurance of, oh, okay, no, this looks okay if we carry it out into the future.
Great, thank you. That's reassuring. Okay, now, I already opened this to public hearing and closed it, didn't I? Is it a public hearing?
Yes.
It
It's a
is.
confirmatory public hearing. First reading was
Public on our
emergency
title there.
ordinances.
Threw me off. Okay, I'm going to open this up. Anybody online, *9 to raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the Pitkin County budget, which is the reso concerned with adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for 2025. And anybody in the room would like to? I don't see any hands up in the room. I'm bringing it back to the board. I'd accept a motion if
I have one more quick comment.
a comment
That's
is what I want from Patty.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you for that clarification. I just, I'm comfortable because I am the gloom and doom sometimes. If we do have a major emergency that we're seeing that is happening in communities across the country, across the world, around the world, I want to make sure that we have the ability to respond, to protect our citizenry and our infrastructures here locally and perhaps regionally. So I'm comfortable this year, but I will continue to question this for at least the next 2. So thank you.
Okay, did I have a motion?
Well,
We're going to let Steve, it's his last budget.
yeah, comment first. I've said this other years, but the budget process is the one time when we really get to see the big picture of all the things, the different projects and services that we're spending money on in the county and all the services we are providing to our citizens. And to me, that it just is a verification for why we are here as commissioners is to, in the public interest to help do these things. And it's, to me, it's a kind of a tedious process, but it's kind of a joyful process at the same time because we get to see all these things.
Joyful, and the balance is so positive.
Yeah. And in that vein, I would like to make a motion. I would like to move to pass the emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners concerned with the adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for fiscal year 2025.
We have a second.
I'll second.
From Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then we have to do a second motion and second on the second half.
I'll make a motion to, I move to pass the emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners levying general property taxes for the year 2024 to help defray the costs of government for Pitkin County, Colorado, and its special districts for fiscal year 2025.
Sorry, did we open that one up to
Oh,
public
they have to open them
They
separately.
both have to be
You're
public.
right,
was
thank you.
wondering.
Separate
We can-
public hearing.
I would take a second. We can always open it.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. I'm going to open this for public hearing. This is for the levying general property taxes for 2024 to help defray the costs of government for Pitkin County and its special districts for fiscal year 2025. I'm going to look online and see if we have anyone who'd like to make a public comment. And I don't see any hands up. Nobody new. And then I'll bring it back to the room, and I don't see anybody eager to weigh in on this either. So back to the board,
The
and
thought crossed my mind, maybe they had some presentation on the mill levy that was part of it was all in our packet rolled up together.
Just the comment that, as the board knows, most of our county funds that have property tax are restricted by a number of different limitations. And Liz will work through all of these calculations to see which limitation is the most restrictive, and that's the one we have to use. So we look at the Home Rule Charter, TABOR, and a 5.5% statutory limit. So that's what we've done this year again. And you can see in the, it says CY refund column, that would be the credit, temporary mill levy credit that we're taking against our mill levies in those funds so that we comply with the different restrictions on limitations of how much property tax we can collect. The one that is a little bit different is the Aspen Ambulance District. We have 4 funds that are not under these restrictions. That's Open Space and Trails, Redstone Ranch General Road Improvement District, the ambulance, and the new housing fund. For the ambulance district, looking at their 5-year plan and the long-range forecast that was done when voters approved their new mill levy, we determined that they don't need the full mill levy, so we're giving that credit as a break to the taxpayers. It's about $900,000 less than what could have been collected.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding us to listen to that. Just out of interest, because I don't understand this fully, when you look at the various restrictions, does it usually come down to the 5.5%, or are we more restrictive, and how could you describe that?
So typically we're more restricted than the 5.5. The last couple years before this year was the first time since ever, I think, that the 5.5 actually came into play as being the most restrictive. So typically CPI is less than 5.5, and that would be more restrictive for our increases. And so typically we fall under Tabor is usually the one that we have to take because that's usually the most restrictive. Our home rule charter has kind of this running calculation that we have done since the beginning of that. And that one typically tends to be higher than the Tabor is. And so Tabor is usually what we fall under.
Got it. Great. Thanks for that.
And I'd actually add that for the first time, I think, in history too, in the prior year PY refund column, there's nothing, because for the 2 years we had 5.5% was the max we were allowed to collect. Whereas if we were calculating it according to Tabor, we were always making forecasts or estimates on what the CPI would, and then making an adjustment in the following year to refund for over-collection. We have no over-collection this year because it's been stuck at the 5.5% for 2 years running.
It will not be that.
It won't
case
be that again
this year. This year we had more restrictive on Tabor, so that was what we were using for these calculations.
Thank you.
So next year we might see a PY refund.
Correct. We will. Yep.
Okay. So where are we? We've got a motion. We've got a second. We've had our public comment. Anything else you want to share? I don't want to rush you.
But we're done.
I'm going to call it all in favor.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the binders, the chocolate, and for my
And I definitely want to reiterate what Steve says. Is the more time I spend with budgets with every year, it becomes more interesting, and I learn a little bit every year, and it's really valuable. But I remember dreading it the first couple of years, thinking, "Oh no, what is this going to be?" So, thank you for making it so easy for us.
So next year, I'm going to tune in to Grassroots TV and watch the budget process just for old times' sake.
Steve, we're going to have you have a mental health
Yeah,
evaluation.
we're gonna send you off to somewhere.
Alaska. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank
you. And your whole office. You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all. Is everybody ready to plow through here? We did have a break a little while ago. Do we want to take another short break, or do you want to launch into land use public hearings and get through this? Well, I didn't get a response, so we're going to
Anybody
keep
want
going.
another Kelly cookie?
They're right there. Get one at your discretion.
Okay, a 5-minute break for.
Is that a
cookie
you want a
Yeah.
cookie? Okay, 5-minute break, Andorra. Okay, we're back on December 18th for the land use public hearings portion of our meeting today, and land use code amendment, lighting code first reading. And thank you for being here. How exciting.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
People are tuned in to listen to this. I know it. I saw Martha online. Hi, Martha.
Lighting codes are a hot topic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Larissa Lalonde. I'm the Development Services Manager in Community Development. I've been with the county about 8 years and almost 3 in my current role, and this is my first time bringing anything to you guys.
Excellent. Welcome.
Welcome.
So,
About time.
I guess.
Did you have a cookie?
Not yet. I'm saving myself for after a celebration. Sorry. And Ann Driggers is here with me, not in the capacity you're used to seeing her. She's here for her passion for night sky photography, and she's going to be showing some of her beautiful images in a little bit.
That's great.
And we have Martha Ferguson online, who is a local dark sky advocate. She started Wild Sky Old Snowmass. She's been working with the caucus to get dark sky certified and actually just submitted her application. And then Brittany Lynch is also online. She's our lighting consultant from Clandon Associates, has been helping us draft the code. So I'm going to give it over to Ann and Martha to get started to kind of show you why we're doing this and the big picture. And then I'll jump into the lighting code after them.
If I could just tease Ann for the beginning, it's a photographer.
Question.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Are all
You go
the
first.
photographs all your photographs, Ann?
Mostly.
Or at least the ones like the one on the screen right now?
Yeah, the one on the screen is, and most of the ones in Larissa's presentation are as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just the Cookie Monster was here.
People are just sneaking in the back door.
I just wanted to say,
Great,
I
love it.
as a photographer, I completely empathize with Ann staying up all night in the bitter cold. She sets up her camera to get this spectacular shot of the Milky Way, and then somebody comes along and pitches their tent right in the middle of the shot. It's exasperating. Okay, go ahead.
Martha's going to kick it off. You could forward to the next
And you
slide.
probably know who it is. I saw Martha on there, yeah. Okay, there she is.
She has stage fright, I think.
Hi, Martha. This is, oh, great.
Hi, Martha. Okay. Oh, there's another one. I love her title.
All right.
We hear you.
Now you can hear me. Now
There
can
you
see
are.
me.
Welcome. It's great to see you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here because we've been working on this dark sky project in Old Snowmass for about 2 years now. And it's an important issue for me and many people around here because I think we've all started to notice that our skies are getting a little bit brighter, which typically have been quite dark in the past, but a lot of new people moving in, a lot of people liking their nighttime lighting and maybe not understanding that a lot of times they're creating light pollution, which is not so good for many reasons. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Martha Ferguson. I am on the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus Board, and I'm the one who spearheaded the Wild Sky Old Snowmass little subcommittee, I guess you would say, of the caucus to proceed with addressing light pollution in our area of the caucus. But part and parcel to that is, and what's exciting about this lighting code is that is for all of Pickens County. Because as you can see in this picture that Ann took, in this photo, that's actually me doing a night sky reading on the Monastery Road. And it's quite dark at the monastery, as we all know. However, that glow over there that is sky glow coming from Snowmass Village. So it's important that all of Pickens County get on board with this so that, I mean, we know actually as a fact that light pollution knows no boundaries. And this is an example of it right here. So the more we're on board with something like this updated lighting code, which is excellent, and bravo to Larissa and her team for putting this together. It's been a long road, I know, but it's really going to help us maintain our dark skies. And, you know, that goes hand in hand with protecting our environments, the animals, the insects, everything that relies on dark and light cycles on our living planet. And, you know, it's very exciting that we're doing this through a very big group called Dark Sky International. They are a group that's been around for a while now. And I was just going to read, in case anybody doesn't know, what the program we're doing with them is called the Dark Sky Places program. Recognizes communities that demonstrate exceptional stewardship of the night sky. To become one of these designated communities, a town must adhere to strict outdoor lighting ordinances, number one. And then part of what we do too is educating the public about why it's important to not only have your lights for your safety, but do them in a smart way so that we can still enjoy the night sky and protect the environment. And so typically they want you to, as part of this program, you have to give at least 2 presentations a year for that educational and advocacy part. And I mean, I'm happy to say, I guess we've all been so gung-ho about it that we've done about 10 presentations all up and down the valley, and have had incredibly good response to it. So, so we're excited to be here right now because just as of a couple days ago, we submitted our application to Dark Sky International. It's been quite a process. It's a 78-page document that includes all kinds of information about Pitkin County, about Old Snowmass, about a lot of science doing these kinds of readings that you see in the photograph. We have to take readings several times a year to measure how much light is in the sky above us. And then over time, hopefully show that through our efforts, those readings are actually going down. We're going to hopefully get a little bit darker. So here we go. And maybe we can move to the next. This is a beautiful photograph that Anne took, showing how beautiful it is where we live, which we already know. This is something we have right now in our own backyard, in our own campground. But if we don't protect it through something like this updated lighting code, this is something we could lose. And once again, Anne caught a fantastic example of how gorgeous it is, yet that glow down there in the right corner is sky glow. I think, Anne, you said that's coming from Vail, perhaps?
I think it's coming from the Vail area. This photo was taken from the summit of Burnt Mountain on Snowmass ski area.
Mm-hmm. So it's a representation of how light knows no boundaries and why it's good to work together, especially starting as a little seed in Pitkin County, to really try to curtail this much light pollution. One thing I thought I'd mention too, before we move to the next slide, is that currently in Colorado, there are, let's see how many, there are 12 certified parks in Colorado by Dark Sky International. That would include national parks and monuments, et cetera. And currently there are 6 certified communities, the last one being Paonia, which just got their certification a month or 2 ago. So we are right in the pipeline now for maybe becoming the next certified community in Colorado. But as we'll see later on a slide, there are quite a few communities in Colorado that are already in the pipeline. It really is a topic of conversation all around Colorado, which is super exciting. So that means our neighbors are getting on board too. And this slide shows what happens when you have too much bright light and how it messes with birds, insects, even people. You can be blinded. I'm sure we've all been blinded at night trying to come home and someone's got some unshielded lights on full blast. And it really does take a toll on the environment. So that's a slide that is a nice slide showing just all the disruption that can occur in our environment when we don't curtail our light. And you know, the point about all of this is that yes, we need our lights. We need to do them in a smart way. And so the next slide, I believe. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, that shows how to do it all wrong on the left and how to do it all right on the right. Where we're at is on this right-hand side now, where you start to make sure that everyone in our instance in Pickens County needs to shield their lights, point them down where you need the lights, not where you don't, and use the right LED light, which is measured by kelvins and lumens. What we want to see is more of a golden light, not that bright white blue that is super blinding. So yeah, the goal is to be the better, best side of this. But we've all seen the unacceptable sides where you're driving home and you get completely blinded by somebody's lights. And that kind of blinding, you know, ends up killing birds, bees, moths, animals that are living. The only way they can survive is through their adaptation of these dark and light cycles since the earth was formed. So it's been a rough road for them to get used, for everyone, including humans, to get used to all this bright light. So this just shows our little logo for Wild Sky and Old Snowmass. And we're very excited to continue to move forward, by the way, and took that photograph for our logo, which everyone really loves. And let's go to the next. This kind of winding back to when that first photograph of taking night readings to find out how much light is in the sky. So this is part of what's required, and this was part of what was actually submitted in our application. The first photo shows the first reading we did up at the monastery, where you can see the Milky Way. It's pretty gorgeous. You can still see some of that sky glow in the background, but it's pretty spectacular. The second one we did was in Little Elk Creek subdivision, which so the monastery came in at what's called a Bortle scale 3, which is pretty dark, but the darkest being 1. Probably would be a 2 if we could get rid of all that sky glow coming over. The Little Elk Creek, pretty dark there as well. They're a class 4 on the Bortle scale. Pretty darn nice, though. You can see stars and the Milky Way. The third one is down at the corner. The Park and Ride is where we took that photograph, and it came in at a very bad reading, which was no surprise. But since that time, now I have some new photographs that went in with the application. Since that time, I did, through Greg Poshman, thank you so much, Greg, was able to get through to the right person at CDOT and ask them if they might consider changing these lights out. I sent that person this photograph, and immediately I got a reply saying, yes, there's something we can do about that. And they came in short order. Within the month, they'd already changed them all out. And now you go down there and it's well lit, but it's not a blinding, glaring light like that.
Martha, is that the Snowmass bus stop, or is that the Snowmass on 82 intersection, or is that the Rush Creek?
That is the Snowmass Creek Road and Highway 82 Park and Ride.
I remember that, yeah.
So, I mean, that's you just look at these 3 photographs and the difference in how much light comes in and then either blocks your view almost completely, the one at the corner. whereas further up, you're able to see the Milky Way, and this is what we're trying to hold on to and actually hopefully make a little bit better with all this, the information we talk about, but also with this lighting code that will really help bring the lights down.
Okay, is there more?
So here
Oh,
is
next.
here
Okay.
is just that quick map I mentioned. These are all the places in Colorado right now that are in the pipeline to become a dark sky place. And, you know, I think all over Colorado, we've always known ourselves to be a beautiful state with a lot of extraordinary natural beauty that would include the land, the water, and the sky. And I think, you know, people are concerned about losing that, which is why all these places have jumped in and said, hey, we want to do this too. So I think it's incredibly exciting. And like I do know that right now, I guess others in the pipeline, maybe behind us, are Breckenridge, Estes Park, and I know Durango is in there trying to make this happen as well. So it's got a lot of movement, it's got a lot of support, and we certainly can't do it without the county commissioners looking at this and all the work that Larissa and her team put in. And I'll call out to Brittany as well from Clanton. Was really a good source for Pickens County to check things out, you know, make sure things were up to par with the way it should be in order for us and every other place actually in Pickens County. I have a feeling there's going to be other communities, caucus areas that might want to do this. And so we do need this updated lighting code. And so with that, I think that was the last slide, wasn't it, Anne, for me?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Martha. Thanks for your persistence on this over the years.
If there's no questions for Martha, I wanted to just share a few.
Well, yeah, I have questions. You can share the pictures while you can describe it. It's tied to it. I know that photography has changed so much that the cameras are so sensitive now. You see so much more with the new sensors. But I was wondering, do they tie any of this to the air quality index, the amount of particulate in the air? Because the light coming from anywhere has to bounce off something in order to reflect, to be visible. And I'm just wondering, how does that affect the night sky? If you're in a dusty place, you're going to have a lot more reflectivity, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really great question. I have a slide coming up that shows with a light pollution filter on the camera and one without.
Oh,
and you can
God,
see the
like a
difference.
haze filter? Is that it?
Can I just ask a procedural question? When are we getting to the ordinance before us?
Why, are you in a rush?
No. I'm just wondering if this is public comment we're hearing or.
No, this is the presentation we're hearing.
Okay.
We actually first invited Ann and Martha for the public outreach meetings to explain to people. I mean, some people have no idea.
Right. I understand that we've been following this for a long time. I'm just confused because I don't see this on the agenda. I just want to make sure we're giving all public the opportunity to have this kind of level of comment.
There will be public comment, yeah. Okay, this is the presentation. Keep going.
Okay, let's move it to the next slide. So this is a horrible example of light pollution just in a house that has actually only one lamp burning in it and no blinds on the windows. And this is my house. But I think the point being is that we don't all realize how much light pollution each of our houses are putting out. And everyone goes, oh, this is an amazing photo, it's really cool. And now I'm starting to look at it and realize actually it's terrible because there's just so much light pollution. Next slide. So here are two photos I took. One with a light pollution filter. That's the slide on the photo on the right, and then the photo on the left has no light pollution filter. All the settings are exactly the same, but you can see that kind of yellow red kind of tinge to the photo on the left, that's all the light pollution, and the filter is designed to remove it in these photos, and it improves the clarity of the night sky. I don't actually use a light pollution filter much when I'm taking photos because I like to present it as it is for people to understand. But I think this shows it pretty well. I'd also point out this was actually taken from the deck of my house, but on the right-hand side of the photo on the right, that's Carbondale, and you can see the blue light coming from Carbondale, and that's all LEDs. This light pollution filter does not remove LED light, which is becoming more and more of a problem, and Larissa will talk about why that's important in the lighting code.
Right. Got it.
Here's just another example of you don't realize. Here I was camped out up on Aspen Mountain, and light pollution all over, and none of this is actually from the Roaring Fork Valley. It's all from the Eagle Valley, so it kind of affects all of us.
Question on your two slides back, you had the specs of the actual shot, the lens length and the aperture, but you didn't have ISO. Is the ISO
I
the
didn't.
same?
I must have forgotten to put it in there, but it was the same.
It's consistent. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Here I took this photo from the summit of Red Table, this is the radar that guides all the planes across the Continental Divide. And you can see the Milky Way very clearly, and then you see the sky glow there from the Roaring Fork Valley. This was actually, I think, in July 2021 when we had quite a lot of wildfire smoke. And so the smoke is actually reflecting a lot of the light pollution. You see more of it if you have clouds or smoke or some kind of particulate matter that captures the light pollution. So even at over 12,000 feet, almost 13,000 feet, we're getting light pollution.
Is that dome actually translucent and is there light inside it, or is that just reflected off the surface?
There's light. You can see through the window.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I'm actually seeing a glow. It's really interesting. Thank you for showing that to us.
And then another example, this was in May 11th, this year, about 2 o'clock in the morning, from Crown Mountain, or the top of West Cypress Divide Road. I was texting all my friends saying, get out, the northern lights are in the sky. And I had friends who were down in Basalt and Carbondale, and they were like, we can't see anything. And, they couldn't because of all the light pollution. So, and then this final photo I just wanted to share. Again, above Aspen, you can see a lot of sky glow, but actually that's kind of behind the mountains, and that's coming from Denver, or the Front Range, I should say. So just example, there really isn't any skies, hardly in the lower 48, that don't have some form of light pollution. But the solution's actually really easy because you can just turn lights off.
Was this from the Cirque?
It is, camped out at the top of the Cirque.
Fantastic. What fun.
And I was back at work by
Yeah.
8:15.
That's the part we all puzzled. We were puzzled by that, but yeah, it's glad you do it. Thank you. Well, so we've got an ordinance in front of us, or two.
Yep. Yeah. Now we're getting down to business.
Okay.
Down to the lighting code.
Yeah.
And just clarify, there was references to the applicant. Are they, okay, thank you. I was like, are they the applicant, because I know we've had private parties come to us. So thanks. That's what I thought, but I was confused.
The lighting code has actually been in the works on and off for about 5 years. But I met Martha last year, and I knew Ann already at ACE's presentation, and I asked them to join me for presenting to understand the why this is so important.
Okay. So go ahead.
Well, I thought maybe you'd be wondering why we need a new lighting code. So we'll start with that. Our current code was adopted in 1999. The technology has changed slightly since then. The limit on brightness is 60 watts. So back when we were talking about incandescents, that's about 800 lumens, but in LED, that's like 9 to 11,000 lumens. It's pretty ambiguous. It's not unusual for building permits to go through multiple rounds with zoning of comments and revisions before they get passed through. Nobody really knows what's expected of them. It no longer fits our community's needs. We get a lot of lighting complaints that we have a hard time resolving with neighbors because of the current code. And so when we started this process, we did a really thorough existing conditions assessment. We went through our code line by line, talked about what's working, what's not. We looked at other jurisdictions' codes. We studied the city of Aspen, town of Basalt, town of Carbondale. Snowmass is actually going through a code update right now as well. We had a visioning session with Clanton. So Brittany came up and spent a couple days with us, and we went through a clicker session and all voted on our priorities. We had planners and zoning officers, code enforcement, pretty much the whole representation from the whole department there. And then we went through a public outreach process where we, I forgot my speaker notes, I realized as I was coming up here, but I think we sent it to like 64 referrals, all the caucuses, HOAs. We sent it out to lighting consultants, landscape architects, dark sky people, and other county departments. And then we had 2 public outreach meetings, one up valley, one down valley, one midday, one late. We, had it all over social media, advertised on our website. We put flyers up and down the valley. We didn't get a ton of attendance, but the people that were there were really engaged and asked questions, and some of them followed up with comments, one of which is here with us today. And then the biggest differences between the draft and the current lighting code is the draft is more dark sky compliant. We tried to keep the language simple. You can throw a lot of technical jargon in there that a homeowner wouldn't understand, but we made a conscious effort to make it understandable by all. We added specific guidance for atypical land uses, including agricultural, ski rec, historic, open space and trails, airport. It reduces subjectivity of plan review and enforcement. We'll talk about that a little bit later, as well as the compliance form. Lighting shows up in a lot of the master plans around the county. I think there's 7. They're circled in red on the map on the right. But everybody pretty much says they want to preserve the dark skies. They want clear code language. They want it to be enforced. And it's also supported through several land use code sections, including rural development, the Ecological Bill of Rights, which has been in place since 2006, I believe, and specifically says that there's a right to see the night sky without interference of unnecessary artificial light from growth, urbanization, and highway development, and as well as scenic view protection. I mean, everybody wants to protect our rural character. So a few results from our visioning session. There was at least a dozen questions that we went through, but I think these 3 really inform the direction of the code. The first one is that we place value on the natural environment over the built environment, which isn't surprising after all that talk about preserving rural character. And then we favored autonomous solutions. We want people to be creative. We want to be flexible. We know there's a lot of innovative designs out there that could be really subtle and well done. But at the same time, we need some certainty to it, right? We have a duty to protect neighbors, to protect our environment. So how do you allow autonomy and innovative solutions, but also provide some framework for that? And I think we accomplished that, and we'll get into that in a little bit. These are some graphs that Brittany pulled from light pollution map, and you can see that light pollution is going up in our valley dramatically in the last few years. So we're really trying to curb that and get ahead of it before it gets too out of control.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This map?
Yeah, in that, what is it we're looking at?
So this is, Brittany might have to explain this one actually.
Speaker notes are to your right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So nice.
Yeah.
I don't have notes on this though, because Brittany put this slide together, but it's just showing that the level of light pollution is going up basically from 2017 to 2019, depending on where in the valley you are. I mean, I think it's more people living here full time, maybe since COVID, and so we're getting more light pollution. People are leaving their lights on.
So the yellow is the brightest and green is also light?
Yes, yellow is the brightest. I think there's like a little bit of like reddish orange kind of in the center of the urban areas. But
correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share the table of contents just to kind of orient you with the code. We're going to go through the first 5 sections, kind of subsection by subsection, and then the last ones I kind of will just touch on briefly. But starting with the intent section, I mean, these goals are taken from other parts of the land use code and master plans. We want to preserve the dark sky. We have to minimize off-site impacts, preserve rural character, and the energy and resource conservation, that's really supported by the energy code more than this code, but that is part of our intent. And it was really important for us to have a robust intent section to fall back on, because you can never account for every single situation that's going to come up. And so if we can go back to these guiding principles, you know, is the light useful? Does it have an intended purpose? Is it targeted? Is it directed where it's supposed to go and not like up in the trees? Is the level no brighter than necessary to complete the task? Is it being controlled and only on when it's necessary? And then color temperature, which Martha touched on earlier, but that's a really important part of all of this, and we'll touch on that again in a moment. So jumping into general requirements, this is the beefiest section. I just pulled out the ones that I thought would be good discussion items. The applicability section, our current code just says no lighting shall be installed nor maintained. That violates the code. We've kind of broken that down a little bit more. This is in line with what Clanton's seeing across the board. It's also in line with what City of Aspen just adopted. We're going to consider existing fixtures legal nonconforming for 5 years. However, the trespass and curfew limitations would go into effect immediately following adoption, and any building permits that come in to redevelop would have to follow the new code. This section's the curfew. This is, again, becoming an industry standard. You know, there'll always be some obnoxious lights out, but if they're on there or out there, but if they're off from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., they're less obnoxious. Also, we have a 5-year grandfathered in lighting time period, so this will help with that. There's a few exemptions to the curfew. If you put your lights on a photo cell with timers set to less than an hour, that would be allowed. That would really only come into play in the summer when it's laid out so late. If you have your lights on a motion sensor that's triggered within the property lines and set to less than 5 minutes, that would not require the curfew or not be subject to the curfew. And then for non-residential, there's a few things revolving around building codes and operating hours that are exempt.
Can I ask you a question about the curfew?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of people are working outside before 7 a.m. And so I'm just wondering, like, I go out to take care of my chickens before 7 a.m. And so my walkway lights come on at, I think, 6. So I'm just wondering, that seems really strict in terms of the mornings for me.
Well, we thought the motion sensor would take care of that. You know, people coming home late or leaving early could have their lights on a motion sensor on the path or, you know, in the auto court to light.
Yes, but then if you're doing something at a barn or something before 7, you need the lights on. So it's just something to think about. I'm not asking you to change it right now. I just think it's something to think about for, you know, for people who work outdoors. 7 is sometimes a little bit past when they start.
Yeah, and we're not married to that time frame, but that's the time frame the City of Aspen adopted, so we just thought we'd stay consistent with theirs to make it less confusing, but that's not.
Well, they don't have farms and stuff in Aspen, so you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
So that's similar to the ski company concerns their wintertime operations at night, which I did that for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on the mountain, people working all night long on the mountains. Obviously, you need lighting for that kind of a thing, and we have to be reasonable in this, and I think there are provisions for that in the code.
That's why we actually created that special district for Ski Rack, because they provided comments, and we were like, oh yeah, we should probably address that.
I just want to go back. I didn't know we were going to be allowed questions, but I'm going to ask it then. The 5-year legal non-conforming, we're going to go retroactive. I'm not sure that's legal. We don't have legal counsel here, but
I mean to bring people into compliance. Yeah.
That's a question I think we're going to need to pursue.
We've been discussing this with Bri.
Yeah.
And that'll be, I think, the short version for now.
That's all I need as long. But That's a
second
real
reading, but-
concern to me, to tell people, you have 5 years, even if you haven't come in for a building permit or a remodel or anything, and you have to change your whole lighting system. We've never, in my knowledge, could be wrong, been able to do that with anything else we've done, and now it's being proposed. So that's a definite question I'm gonna need an answer to. And of course, I think we're gonna talk at length about enforcement, because if we're gonna enforce something like this, we're gonna have to have a whole department for enforcement. So we're gonna need to talk about that. I know it's
only
coming.
if you want one. Otherwise, we enforce the same way we do now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, but we can talk about that in the enforcement, but thanks, but, yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Thank you.
No problem. Prohibited lighting. This has actually gotten smaller, if you can believe it, from our current code. Again, allowing people to make creative decisions, but within reason. We did keep lighting intended to illuminate the building facade or landscape, keyword being intended. We understand there'll be some light spill. You know, if you have a sconce on your wall, it's going to light the wall. If you have path lights, it might light landscape. But it's really trying to get at people that are just lighting the perimeter of their yard. However, all lighting that illuminates the river is prohibited, whether it's the main intention or not. Lighting confused with warning, emergency, or traffic signals. Lighting of construction sites is a new one. We've actually seen that coming up recently because insurance companies are requiring them to light the entire perimeter of the site, which could be a 5-acre parcel or 30-acre parcel. So there are some exemptions for safety in there for that, but we wanted to get ahead of that. And then the colored lights, blinking and flashing, those are all also in our current code.
Question on that, just say the ultimate taxi is parked up on Red Mountain, as he often does. He's violating the lighting code, I suppose, if he has his flashing, colorful lights on. But he's temporary.
I didn't see moving vehicles in the code.
He doesn't get a red tag, or you don't chase him down and slap him with a citation, I guess. It's a temporary thing. If you're talking about houses, and I have neighbors that actually do light the exterior of their house, and I'd love it if they could hear this presentation and see what the code is, because I think they're clearly violating it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people choose bad light fixtures just because they don't know. You know, they don't know what color temperature to look at or how
They're
many
also afraid of the
lumens.
dark, or they want to light their house up for some bizarre reason.
So people can see it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. On that note, I would just mention a couple things I thought of. Is that I think you've gone to caucuses and other towns and presented this. I think it would be really helpful to show photographs of the actual neighborhoods to show how much light they're putting out there, because from up on top of the cirque, there's such beautiful pictures Ann's taken, but I think it would help for people to see the actual output of the neighborhood, you know, from the streets in the neighborhood, to show, you know, that would really drive it home that they're the cause.
I agree. Martha actually said in one of our other presentations that those houses she showed in Little Elk Creek have adjusted their lights since she had that conversation with them.
I could see how that would work. Yeah.
So one of the worst offenders is the houses that are lit up. Every light in the house is on, and they have all this glass. So at Meadow Road and Brush Creek Road, there's a house that the lights were always on. I never saw a person in there, and I don't think any of them were outside lights, but it was a lot of light pollution from the indoor lighting of a house.
Mm-hmm.
And people, I mean, that's just I think part of the education is educating people a better way to do it than they're doing it now.
That's another legal question. Can we enforce interior lighting?
We're actually going to get to that.
Okay. 'Cause we weren't able to do that when we did the lighting code before, because we all know there's horrible light pollution from homes where their front of their houses are all glass, and that's a big issue. But that's a question: is can we control what happens inside someone's house, and how do you say the lights can't leave your property line? Are people going to start building shades along? So that's questions. Okay.
Yeah, we'll touch on that.
Color temperature.
Color temperature. So we want to stay on the left side of that table. basically the further you get into the white blue light, it's mimicking daylight, so it's affecting circadian rhythms. It's also not as aesthetically pleasing to the eye, and so we're going to try to stay with the warmer lights. Fully shielded.
That's hard because most of the new LED lights that you can buy, you can't really buy. What do they call it? The lights that are
They're
not
getting
LED.
better.
They're getting better.
Yeah, they do have.
They're getting better, but they're
LED
still on the
lights.
white end of things.
Mm-hmm. But we definitely went back and forth on what our number should be, and that 3,000 is achievable.
Right.
People can buy
with
lights.
the new lightings.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy
You can get LEDs that are 3,000 or
2,500,
less.
3,000. Yeah.
And if
I think the city of Aspen went slightly further, like 2,700 or something like that.
Martha, go ahead.
Yeah, I changed a lot of my lights out inside my house, and there are many. In the beginning, it used to be all the bright white, the most destructive on the color scale there.
Yeah.
Now they have, I guess the industry has wakened up a bit, and you can get a lot of lovely amber, different shades of amber. You can get Edison style with dimmable quality. So a lot of the stuff is actually available now. It's just people need to realize they can, if they don't like living inside of a sort of a ghostly home, they can actually change it out now. But yes, for a while, those early ones were all the worst of the worst.
Yeah, and then it got to where you couldn't even buy the old-fashioned lights. In fact, I don't think you can anymore.
You can. They don't make them anymore.
Yeah, so, yeah, I know there is a range. I haven't seen them that warm. I try to get as warm as I can find, but I'll keep looking.
Ace Hardware has them. Okay.
Okay, moving on to fully shielded. Currently, the code requires fully shielded lights. However, it does allow opaque glass, like frosted glass, as shielded, and no longer will that be accepted. Those are, from doing night lighting inspections, it's always the frosted glass sconces that are the worst offenders. So it'll have to be completely shielded, down directed. Light trespass, you were asking about interior lights.
Yeah.
This is the only time in the code interior lights come up. And actually, I'd like to read what our current code says about light trespass, because I wonder now if they did mean interior and exterior light and just didn't express that. It just says light trespass is defined as the shining of light produced by a light fixture beyond the horizontal boundaries of the property. For all types of uses, light level shall be no greater than 1/2 foot candle at the property line. So we had always taken that to mean exterior lights.
That's what it was when we
kind of
passed it
ambiguous.
years ago. We discussed
Exterior.
interior lighting, that we didn't have any control over that.
Yeah.
And we were all a little distraught that we couldn't say you have to have blinds or curtains
Because
that
light
came
is
down.
light, whether it's a light shining through your window in your neighbor's house or outside the window. It's,
Yeah,
it's
and so
still offending somebody.
It's kind of hard to tell people what you can do inside your home.
Agreed. But, the city of Aspen just adopted the same code language with interior and exterior point
And they
light
have
sources.
not enforced it anywhere that I've seen, because I
No.
live right in the middle of the city of Aspen, so.
And, Brittany also advised that this is the way codes are going. Light trespass is light trespass, no matter where the source is from. So our code says that you only get 0.2 foot candles, so we've reduced it from 0.5 to 0.2 at the property line. Both exterior and interior light is part of that calculation. And then also the point light source, so if you have track lighting that's pointing right at your window at your neighbor, they would have to be turned down. And I copied a comment out of a plan. We're seeing some really forward-thinking lighting designers who are voluntarily putting extra restrictions on to prevent light trespass. So someone noted that in addition to following the IDA, the International Dark Sky Association, basic lighting practices, solar and blackout shading in the residence will prevent off-site glare and light spill from the interior from affecting neighboring properties.
It's funny, both of
wish we
those
had a gold
pictures are
star
only
for them.
exterior lighting.
I know. It was the only funny cartoon I could find.
Yeah. Which I agree with, actually. I agree with that. I'm just not sure about our ability to control interior.
And this has been run by RAI as well.
I know.
But that is the only time interior light will come up in the code. So, you guys okay?
We don't really have ways to enforce any of our stuff. So it's all like tattling on your neighbor. So that's the way it is now for everything. So I don't see why this would be different.
Complaint driven. Yep.
Oh, here he comes. He knows we were talking about him.
Okay, what's this?
Okay, moving on to seasonal lighting. This used to be called holiday lighting. Pretty much everybody's moving away from that term and going to seasonal lighting and only allowing it during the winter months when it's dark out earlier. The residential time frame has stayed the same. The non-residential used to go from November 15th to March 30th, and we reduced that by a month. That falls in line with what the city of Aspen and the town of Carbondale have as a time frame for non-residential. In addition,
Why do we go so late?
so late into the year.
Yeah, like March.
That's what Dark
1st?
Sky asked. We don't have to. I was trying to keep it in line with what other communities were doing in the valley.
Just consistency.
You should
Yeah,
do it.
but, I mean, they also have like, events that they're, I don't know, there's just more of like a season of social event that's happening. Like they're marketing an entire town around an environment and a feeling. I'm not sure that the residential lighting achieves that same objective.
Well, the residential is only to January 30th, but like non-residential, we're mostly talking about Redstone and the ABC and like a couple of gas stations and stuff. And I don't think the ABC has too much seasonal lighting. Maybe the North 40 would fall under residential anyway. This changes the amount of time they could have the lights over the ice rink at Redstone. And I talked to Open Space and Trails about that, and they were okay with that. And said they would find another way to light it if they needed to continue beyond March 1st.
It is, I think, in the current code. It's X amount of time before a holiday, and we broadened the definition of holidays because we had a lady who liked to put up Halloween lights. And she liked to put up St. Patrick's Day lights. And Valentine's Day and the holiday and Christmas holiday. So there was a time frame before and after the holiday you could put up holiday lights. I think people have gotten a little overboard on their exterior holiday, quote unquote, lighting, putting it up early, taking it down late, leaving it up all night, all day. So I think that's an area of further discussion.
That was actually the next thing I was going to say, because we removed that, and it's been an enforcement nightmare. Like, people can find some random holiday. It said any national, local, or religious holiday, and you could pretty much leave your lights up year-round by being creative with what you were celebrating. So that's been removed. And then in addition, this bottom section, or this bottom line about what code sections apply to holiday lighting. Light trespass is always applied, but now it's also going to have to be extinguished during the day, has to comply with curfew, so it goes off at 10, and it cannot light a river, which has also been an enforcement issue. People have been lighting the trees in their backyard down by the river.
We used to allow them to, in the code, light their river for a special event, like if they're having a party on their patio. But then they would say, I am having a party on my patio 7 days a week.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
It would light the river is what I meant.
So, I mean, this is one of the, I would say light trespass and seasonal lighting are the two things we get the most calls about, most neighbor disputes. So we've divided the county up into 3 lighting zones. These are taken from, I should step back a moment. So Dark Sky International and the Illuminating Engineers Society came together to create a model lighting ordinance. A lot of our code language is from that, and you'll start to see more of it as we get into residential and non-residential with the lighting tables. That's following what Dark Sky recommends. The lighting zones are recommended to match the level of light to the intensity of use. And so LZ0 is intrinsically dark. That's how we view rural and remote, right? It's limited residential, limited recreational. It's really about the natural environment. We want to keep it very dark. LZ1 is kind of everything in between LZ0 and LZ2. And LZ2 is the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan area, which starts at the airport ABC and goes all the way to the city of Aspen. And you can see this is a terrible picture. This is not one of Ann's. In the bottom left corner, that's all the ambient light from the WAMP area, looking down from McLean Flats to the ABC. So when you have that much ambient light, there's a need for a little bit more light in order to be able to see, because your eyes have adapted to that.
Some of that is the airport, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So moving into residential, there's 4 different sections I want to go through. This first one is the allowance of lumens per fixture. Again, we're not measuring things in watts anymore. Everything's in lumens. 800 lumens is about the same as a 60-watt incandescent bulb. We are allowing 2 unshielded lights per dwelling unit. That was to allow a little bit of creativity and a little flexibility for people to put like a nice sconce at their door. The Dark Sky International does allow unshielded lights up to 1,000 lumens, so we're still within their requirements. And then we've combined LZ1 and LZ2. We're basically holding LZ2 in residential to the same amount of light as you would get as a LZ1 in the model lighting ordinance. And we've also added a line for linear lighting. That's something that's been prohibited. Strip lighting and LED lighting, or linear lighting, was prohibited in the current code. And there's actually a lot of really great installations, like very subtle, you know, actually much more subtle than like putting a sconce on your wall or a bollard. So we want to allow people to use that as long as it's fully shielded. So it'd be like in a, it'd be recessed. And then the total lumen allowance. These 3 or 4 little sentences probably took longer than the entire code combined to come up with. Because we wanted to allow that flexibility, but we had to put the limit on it. And when we were looking at what tools we have at our disposal, most people do lumen allowances based on lot size, which obviously won't work for the county because we have huge lots, or on hardscape square footage, which we were afraid would encourage bad behavior of paving more of the site to get the amount of light they want. So we decided, you know, we base everything else in Pitkin County on house size. We're gonna base your lighting allowance on your house size. We analyzed 18 lighting plans from recently issued building permits. So these are plans that passed muster that were approved based on the current code. The houses were 2,000 to 20,000 square feet. Let me grab my notes on this. The lumens per square feet ranged from 2 to 11 lumens per square foot. And the thing that really surprised me is that the lumens per square foot went up exponentially as the house size went up. So the 11 lumens per square foot, that was like on the 20,000 square foot houses. The regular size houses had much smaller lumens per square foot. So after we analyzed all that, we figured out the mean, which was 3.5 lumens per square foot, and we set that as our standard. So again, this isn't meant to be punitive. This is meant to like catch the outliers, right? We want to be in line with what's being done in the county already. We don't think there's anything horrendous out there, but it's to catch those 20,000 square foot houses that have 11 lumens per square foot.
And this is just exterior lighting.
This is just exterior.
Okay, because I want to differentiate that.
Just exterior. So we looked at why the houses that were way over were over. It was because they had extremely bright lights that we assumed they're dimming down. So a lot of the can lights were like 1,800 lumens, which I don't think anybody would actually want, but then they dim it by 40% or something to bring it to a reasonable amount. And there was a lot of redundant lighting, so there would be like can lights, sconces, path lights all in the same area. So we were like, well, what if the can lights were all 1260 and they didn't have the path lights and the sconces, and they would all come into compliance. So we feel like that's a really reasonable number. Then we also wanted to put a cap on it because we didn't want the lumens to keep growing as the house size grew. And trying to figure out that cap was really tricky. We were very lucky that there was 2 15,750 square foot above grade houses finally on American Lane, and they let us come out and do light meter readings and walk around, kind of check it out. The first house was really dark, was only 8,100 lumens. I wouldn't expect most people to want that little light. The second house had 45,200 lumens. And when we went out there, we were like, wow, this is so well done. You know, like I feel safe. I can still see the stars. It's not overly lit. They had an auto court with a detached CDU in the main house. All that was lit. They had like the outdoor dining area, the pool, the spa, the lounge, everything you'd expect on a big house. So we thought 45,000 lumens might be our cap. However, we found out later the contractor sent us the lighting control schedule, and it was dimmed to 26,800. And our initial gut feeling was 35,000. So I think we were right on, and I actually think Brittany threw that number out without any of the night lighting inspection data, and it turned out that that was what we ended up going with. These are just a couple of handouts we created for the public. On the right, you see the lumen allowance worksheet. City of Aspen did a similar one. You just plug in your different light fixtures, the quantity, the lumens, and it'll tell you your total lumens. And then if you plug in the size of your house, it'll tell you your lumen allowance. And so you'll know if you're in compliance before you ever submit your permit. And then on the left-hand side is our submittal requirements for residential projects. Then moving into non-residential, bug readings. This is how most non-residential is regulated. So it creates guardrails to prevent light trespass and disability glare. This whole table is based on the distance from the property line of the light fixture. And then this is the method of calculation to figure out how many lumens you're allowed. So with non-residential, you can either use the hardscape area method or the parking space method. And that'll tell you how many lumens you can put on the outside of the building and on the site. And again, these LZ1 and LZ2 numbers are all taken from the dark sky ordinance, or dark sky model ordinance. Lighting controls, we thought it would be cost prohibitive to require lighting controls on residential projects, but we are requiring them on non-residential. And the lights will have to be extinguished during the day, extinguished during curfew. And then there was those two exemptions I talked about earlier about if your operating hours go into the curfew, you would be allowed to have your lights on for an hour after you close or an hour before you open. And the IBC required lighting for stairs, steps, and entrances would be exempt as well. And these are the handouts we created for non-residential projects. We also have a submittal requirements list. On the left here is an example plan, and we calculated it both based on both the hardscape area method and the parking spot method, so people can see which one works for them. They're allowed to use either, they just can't like parse it out and use both for different areas. And then there's a little diagram of the bug rating and explaining how that works. And then just really quick, these are all pretty simple, but you know, we needed to address agricultural. We didn't think that fit with the lumens per square foot the way we did regular buildings, so we just allowed one light per entrance, fully shielded, down directed. There's a lumen limit. On historic, we allowed the HPO, the Historic Preservation Officer, to relax certain requirements such as shielding, light trespass, and I think uplighting, so that the light fixtures could match the historic character of the structure. Open space and trails, we've never really had any kind of guidelines for them, so we added some guidelines based on their property classification. The airports also reviewed this and provided comments. All of the non-airside parts of the airport will comply with the general requirements and the non-residential requirements. The airside, you know, is governed by the FAA, so we don't have any control over that. And then ski rec, like you were mentioning earlier, you know, they have nighttime operations that they're going to need lights for safety and wayfinding, and so we acknowledge that in their special district section. And that's all I've got.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thanks for that. Was comprehensive, and it's great to see the progress you've made. I want to open it up to questions quickly and get to some public comment and bring it back. Questions or comments? Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as public safety, I have to bring up public safety. I'm more concerned about non-residential public safety issues, closing at curfew. So you have a restaurant, you close at 10, so you can have your lighting until, but then you might have staff coming out after that to get to their vehicles. I'm just concerned about keeping people in the dark. And I think we need to take, I don't know where it would come into play for this, but that's a concern. Again, enforcement is a concern, and I'm sure we'll be dealing with that. But yeah, pretty much I support majority of this. I'm concerned about light pollution. I have been, but I think we also need to be sensitive to intrusion into people, literally into people's homes, and again, public safety. But I think this is a great start, a great idea. I think our lighting code does need to be updated because it's been a long time since we really discussed the minutia or the changes in the environment and the accumulation or the, what I want to say, the additional lighting issues, as we've shown the differences from year to year and how much more pollution. And I think there are some, perhaps more on the residential side, where people just like to light things up, and how much is appropriate or needed or getting the best for the environment and for energy use too. So that's where I am now, but I'm interested to see where we're going to go. Thanks.
I'm going to go to Francie and then back to Steve. Francie, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you guys for that presentation. It was incredibly well done. The illustrations made all the difference in the world, and, hats off to you, of course. But I am also in support of this. I'm really fortunate to live in an area where I have one little yellow light across a field that I see. And pretty much everybody out here turns their lights off pretty early. So I'm really lucky. But I could imagine if you lived near the airport, you wouldn't have much choice except to be pretty lit up. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will support it.
I'm going to go to Steve.
So our lighting ordinance doesn't apply to the city of Aspen or Snowmass Village. They're municipalities. They have their own codes there. Hopefully some of it will rub off on them and they'll upgrade their lighting codes to have it, get better. And that's really what we're doing. We're not going to have it completely dark in the countryside, but it will be better than it was. There was one light on a house on Capitol Creek Road that would blind the drivers driving up the road. It was so bright. It was like a bright headlight almost shining from a house right down the road. It's much dimmer now. They've changed the bulb out or changed the fixture or something. It's not nearly as obnoxious. So it's an improvement. We're working on it. It's a work in progress. So I know how hard that Martha has worked on it. I know how hard that you worked on it with like a team with the International Dark Skies guy and Martha and you working on, trying to make the lighting code better so it would comply with the International Dark Skies requirements. And I really appreciate your efforts. I totally support this. We're probably not to the totally final solution yet, but it's it's a step forward. We're better lighting code than we have had previously. Technology keeps changing, so that will change things also. So I will support this. I will not be on here for the final vote on September 22nd, unfortunately. It'll be Jeffrey, who probably will have to recuse himself at that point. So you'll have a four-member board voting on this on September 22nd.
Steve, could I make a comment?
Let me ask if Kelly wants to say anything before you do.
I'd love some examples about how this is going to apply in open space. Like where, I guess, the nature preserves and the riverine and backcountry makes sense. I'm thinking more about trailheads and parks. Like how is this going to be applied? Where do they already have lighting? Are there examples to think through about where?
So I've talked to Jesse and Carly a lot about this. They don't have much lighting at all right now. The Redstone Park has a bit of lighting, a lot of seasonal lighting, and then like the Greenway at the Aspen Village, the gas station there, and the post office and the bus stop. That's actually a open space greenway, and they have some street lighting there. They don't foresee lighting anything in the near future, but they wanted to allow some flexibility so they wouldn't have to amend the lighting code should something come up. There's some properties that they own that are being managed by Aspen Parks. Should Aspen Parks hand them off, then, you know, that might be a concern. And we just wanted to, you know, basically provide some guidance so that as it moves forward, there's something to fall back on, just, you know, forward thinking. But yeah, that part did kind of freak out a few people during public comment, like, oh, we don't want our trails and greenways lit, we don't want the parking lots lit, you know. And that's not at all open space and trails objective. But
Is there a way, do they reference this in their management plans? Is there a way we should
I don't think they talk about lighting because
like
they
address
just,
them, I guess? So then,
yeah.
That's a good question.
you know, so it's not just in the code, it sort of comes to us for decision about whether they want to do lighting.
Well, it does go to their board. It goes to the Open Space and Trails board. But yeah, there's nothing specific about
It's not currently written in the management plans. We will have no lighting in a parking lot, or we will do the. I don't think it's in there, but that's a good question. You might know.
None of their management plans currently reference lighting that I recall.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's a
They'd also be
good
exempt
start.
from the rules, just so you know. If they wanted to be.
If they wanted to
If
be,
you
yeah.
all wanted
I
them
want
to
to be exempt from the rules too.
I know we've got a couple people online who want to say something, somebody in the room. I'm feeling a little anxious for time. We've got a lot more to do today, and so I want to keep this moving. And as much as I enjoy the conversation, code enforcement, obviously an issue. I think there's a PR issue here, and you guys are off to a really great start, but you need a full frontal PR effort with citizens in the community who live in brightly lit homes. And maybe it's okay to take pictures of their neighborhoods and let people realize that they're polluting other people's homes. And whether the light source is on a sconce on the outside wall or inside a window, it's still going outside the house and affecting other people's property and quality of life. So, as well as the environment, birds and insects, all these things. So I think we have a solid argument here, but I think it's going to be real public outreach so people get on board. And I'll do what I can to help, but I hope you can get out more to the neighborhoods. With that, I'm going to, Martha, if you have another short comment, and I see Brittany has her hand raised, and then I know I have other people as well. Martha, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a comment back to Steve. He was mentioning a very badly lit property that I know bothers a lot of people driving up Capitol Creek Road. I drove by it myself, saw it. And this is just an example of how well the system already works. I gave a call to Ed Abraham, who's the code enforcement officer. I had photographs, and I had the address, and he said, "Oh, that address is already on my list. I'll go out and check it out." So I think, Steve, the reason why the lights are lower is because he had a conversation with them and they've responded.
Good to hear. That's great to show that it might be working. Thanks, Martha. I see Brittany has her hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to touch on very specific questions brought up by the commissioners. So the first question that came up is concern about curfew at that 10 p.m. for non-residential. I'd like to comment that it's an exemption non-residential uses where normal operating hours begin or end within the hours of the curfew. The curfew applies from 1 hour after closing to 1 hour before opening. And this is common language we put in there to respect, later closing times for non-residential properties. So if a place closes at 2, curfew for them would begin at, or 2 a.m., curfew would begin for them at 3 a.m. So just keep that in mind. That's what we commonly do with the ordinances. The second thing I wanted to comment on was a discussion about your neighbors and where they are in adopting new standards. Snowmass Village and Aspen were specifically mentioned. I wanted to say that Clinton and Associates finished the City of Aspen new lighting code, which is adopted in November 2023. So that is all already set, and it's just about in the same level and realm as the Pitkin County lighting code. So those are written, we wrote those together, so that way they can be pretty much interchangeable within the community. And we are finishing up on the Snowmass, Town of Snowmass Village lighting code, which is written in very similar language with similar residential lumen limits. So this is something that's happening within in your community. Pitkin County is about second on the list of getting those adopted. And then the last thing is with the open space concerns, there is language specifically in the ordinance for open spaces defining where it is permitted and not permitted. Not in the exterior, no exterior lighting on nature preserves, minimal exterior lighting on trailheads and greenways, minimal exterior lighting in parks. So that has been addressed in the code.
Great, thanks, Brittany.
Can I
you
add a
want
little something to what she just
You
said?
can add something, please do.
I'll just say that we're way more dark sky compliant than the city of Aspen. They have like, you know, a certain amount of uplights allowed and facade lighting. And so we did try to align with them whenever it made sense, but there's
more
I've
stringent.
noticed a difference in the city of Aspen lighting since 2023. So.
Nor have I. But thank you for that.
The river's still lit up.
I know we have Joe in the room. You want to make a public comment? This would be a good time.
I hadn't planned on it, but I will
Oh, well,
make one.
you don't have to if you
Thank
don't
you for
want
your
to.
letter,
Get
Joe.
us out of here early.
One brief comment.
Okay.
Joe Wells. I'm not going to comment on any specifics. I'll save that for the public hearing, but I know it's a great source of frustration for you guys. Larissa's done a great job of trying to get people to show up for meetings and that sort of thing. I showed up for one in the spring. The only other person who showed up was here for the psychedelics conference because he heard there were going to be snacks at the meeting.
He came early?
Library. Takes all kinds.
I would just reinforce what Greg suggested, that we make every effort possible to notify the public that this will affect existing homes if adopted as written. So I don't think most people know that. So I would encourage you to spread the word.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Appreciate that. And is there anyone else online, Michaela, that we should be looking for? Star 9. That Joe Wells, he's online. What, he wants to talk online? That's not
everywhere.
going to give you an extra 3 minutes.
He doesn't
just-
want to make sure we don't miss him.
Just so you know. Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board. I think we've got 2 parts here.
I do have a question.
Kelly, go ahead.
Can we walk through, where is the language for the applicability? I know there's an applicability
Oh, it's
section.
actually in the text and zoning ordinances. We
It's
took
right.
it, we took it out of the code. That's more in line with how the rest of the code sections are written.
Wait, I didn't hear
I
Kelly's
just want to,
question.
like look right now as we're talking about the language exactly of like when it's going to start to apply, you know, to on what date. Thank you. And so somebody can point me to that as I'm flipping through these multiple attachments.
So you mean like it applies 5 years?
The text amendment ordinance, it's condition number.
Oh, okay. I was looking at zoning, so it's in the text amendment.
It should be in both.
Okay. I'm sorry. Which is that? I'm in the text amendment ordinance.
Text amendment is number.
You didn't take any, right?
Recital number 10. In the page 2.
Okay. Thank you. I was actually in the text. Not, so we need to agree to what these are before we move this along. These are points of decision today for first reading. Yeah, okay. Do you see that, Mr. Chair? We have to fill in as of blank effective date, light trespassing curfew regs are in effect. As of blank effective date, building permit applications that include changes or new exterior lighting shall bring the entire structure into compliance with the provisions of this section. Existing exterior light fixtures shall be considered legal non-conforming for 5 years from the effective date that we decide in A. Will get filled in C. And within 5 years of that same date, all exterior light fixtures that do not conform shall be replaced or retrofitted.
Thank you for that.
So
I'm
right,
going to
essen-
Suzanne.
Just essentially, right, those first three are intended to be in effect as soon as this ordinance goes into effect. And then it's the 5-year bringing your exterior lighting fixtures into compliance. So what would be in effect immediately would be, again, you just read through, but light trespass and curfew, that new building permit applications that include changes or new exterior lighting have to meet the code, the new code. And then exterior light fixtures, that's just, again, C really is the starting point for that 5-year non-conforming provision. Which
Well, but
basically we're saying people
yeah.
have 5 years with their existing light fixtures to be working, working towards then doing ones that are in compliance with the lighting code.
And 5
I mean, I
years is
guess
a
I
long
would,
time.
I would say B could be different from A and C. Like, we could say as of the date this is in effect, the earliest date possible, any building code application or building permit application. But we could say as of in 60 days from now, these other things go in effect.
Right. Can I help? Can I
Please.
help me?
Yeah.
So what we're saying is, any new building permit that comes in after this is adopted would have to comply with the code. Any old building that didn't come in for anything would have to be retrofitted to be in compliance within 5 years. Is that correct?
I wonder if, can we bring up the text on the, is that okay?
Yeah, but I think that's what that means.
I guess for me, the discussion is, do we need to have some lead time to do that public education, or is the effective date now and the 5 years of compliance sufficient? Right.
I would say there's suggested that's sufficient, but
Anything new coming in would be at this time. Anything old that wasn't coming in for a building permit, you just had a house, like Greg's house, you'd have to retrofit your house within 5 years, or you'd
I
be
could do that in
considered
2 days.
non-compliant. But a lot of people can't, but that's speaking of you, but we're speaking of the general community as a whole.
I'd give them a year.
I don't think we can legally do that.
I don't know, I'll look at Rye.
I think we need to have some legal advice on whether we can grandfather or whether we can make people who don't come in for a building permit or remodel or anything have to conform. That'd be like saying, you can build a house for $97.50, and then, we changed the code so you can only build 3,500 square feet in your neighborhood. You gotta cut off half your house, or 2/3 of your house. That would be, you'd be non-conforming in your new house size. So I think we need further clarification from legal counsel between now and January 22nd. I'd
And
like that
I
clarified.
need a question for clarification too. So as of the effective date, light, trespass, and curfew regulations are in effect. I get the curfew thing, that seems easy enough to comply with, but does the light trespass portion of that sort of mean where people essentially are going to be out, they're already out of compliance at the start of the effective date?
I see what you're diving deeper.
I
yeah.
thought the light trespass and curfew things were already in the code. Is that not right?
The curfew's not, but light
light
trespasses. We are
trespasses.
reducing the amount
exterior.
of light trespass. Well, it doesn't really specify either. The new one's both.
I'm
It
talking the
clearly
old
says
one.
interior and exterior, but the other one just says light that crosses the horizontal boundary of the property. It doesn't say if it's. But everything else is exterior, so that's how we've always treated it.
That's the other legal question I have is, can we control interior light? We've talked about it a million times on housing applications that have big glass windows, saying, can we not require that they have blinds or something to come down so they don't have that glow in the dark? And we were told we couldn't. We could ask them.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out if we're saying your existing light fixtures are fine for 5 years, but as of today, you're violating trespass. Are we really saying your fixtures are violating the code because they're causing trespass? Like, how do those two
I see what you're
work
saying.
together?
Does
you know?
one just apply to new build and one apply to all?
Yeah, I mean, is
they
the
all-
you can have the light, but the function of your light is illegal. So that's
I get what you're getting at there. I don't know the answer, but I understand.
the same as the tent.
Yeah, I think we need to come back with that with more info. I think that's a good question.
So anyway, so that's just where I'm at. I'm happy to pass this on first reading and sort of get more answers to those.
Yeah, Brittany's got her hand up again too, right? Just
Okay, Brittany.
Thanks. If it's helpful, Aspen has a 5-year must come into a compliance. And that's something that we range as a consultant, recommending anything between 5 and 15 years. We've not had problems doing 5 years with legals, so I don't know if you can hop over to the other building and see how they were able to get that in effect. Also, think about the lifespan of a light. And so when a light, goes out, the idea is that instead of having replacing it with the same technology or the same fixture, you would go ahead and replace it with the one that would be complying. So it also has to do with the lifespan of the light.
Thanks, Brittany. A question for you. This conversation about interior light and exterior light, when does interior light become exterior light?
So that's at the property line, right, for the light trespass?
Yes.
And so if we have it, it's 0.5 foot candles, is that what it is?
No, it's down
measured
to 0.2.
0.2 foot candles measure vertically at 5 feet above grade, pointed towards the house. That is a very high value to achieve from a light source on the inside of a building. So, it's going to be a very, very bright space to have that amount of light on the property line.
So it sounds like you're saying it's probably not really a problem, but.
And it depends where the building setback is versus the
Right.
property line.
means I'd be living in the dark.
I mean, most of the light trespass issues we get are in the mobile home parks and where everybody's crowded in together. So
Tight neighborhoods.
that's trying to, help neighbors. And the city of Aspen has the same language about interior and exterior lights being counted in the illumination at the lot line for trespass.
That makes sense
So
to
they
me.
adopted that.
It seems to me that it becomes exterior light as soon as it leaves the house.
And think of it this way too, you can turn the lights off inside the house, you can take the light trespass reading with the lights off and then with the lights on and find that it might just be the exterior lights that are causing the issues.
Right, great, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, based on what you just said. So when I'm thinking through the applicability of this, so within 5 years, Phillips Mobile Home Park will have to, and Woody Creek Mobile Home Park will all have to have timers on their exterior lighting. Is that right?
Curfew.
And different forms of lighting.
Right.
Curfew's sooner. Curfew's not 5 years. So to cut off your lights, you can't leave your lights on all night long, starting as soon as the lighting code is adopted.
I guess I'm just thinking like a porch light,
Hopefully that's a courtesy to your neighbors.
We had that you could have one shielded fixture on all night, and we got some comments back during public outreach, like why? Why do you need that one light fixture on all night long? So I think
Because you forgot to turn it off. I couldn't put a timer on my exterior light fixture.
Is there anything else that would require further conversation on this? I think we're pretty far along. We'll have another crack at it. It's been a really great
I
presentation.
just one quick thing,
Francie.
you don't mind, Greg?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do think enforcement of already existing homes is basically impossible. There's just too many. And so unless you get a call from a complaining neighbor or you drive by and write down the address, I mean, one of our staff, for instance, it does seem like there's going to be a lot of houses that don't conform, particularly out further from where people live close together. Just saying.
That's where a public relations campaign might come in. Patty?
Yeah, I can support moving this forward,
Gonna need light.
but between now and the 22nd, I would like to have an exec session as far as enforcement and our ability to regulate interior lighting. Those are the two things that I have, and I don't know if we need further clarification on the fact that if this is adopted as written, that means everybody has to change out they have to do something, like Kelly's question. Does that mean you can't trespass, you have to follow a curfew, you don't have to replace things? I think we need that section clarified that Kelly brought up. It's still a little confusing.
Go ahead.
Separate from this, assuming, I assume we'll pass this, maybe with some edits on second reading, but I do think we have a responsibility to dedicate resources for a public education campaign relative to this. I think the goals are good. I think it's a good thing to do. I think we can, very readily stand behind it.
Great suggestion.
But I'm not sure if, ComDev has thought about that, or if you've dedicated resources, if you need more, if we have to sort of put a temporary program together relative to all that.
I mean, I'll go ahead and speak for you, Suzanne. With the Vision 2050 program, where we are pretty loaded up on public outreach, and we're just looking at coordination with some of our other efforts right now. So we would probably need to look at how we accommodate that within this first quarter, especially with the other major projects we have going.
So, that being said, I think you're right. We need to make sure, because I usually follow things, and I know very little about the city sliding code, and I don't see really any change between 2003. That's been 2 years. Well, we're going into year 2, and I haven't seen much change.
John, do you feel like you need direction from us, or do you think you have it?
But I'm not finished, if you don't mind, Greg. I just think that we may need to look at extending the January 22nd date, and we can either do that at the time before we get the public information out there and get feedback from the public.
So just to be really clear, I mean, Larissa has done, this has gone out to not just caucuses, but homeowners association. I mean, there has been, again, we have not gone to meet with every single one of those, obviously, but we have put the information out there. So I think I guess, really helpful for us to understand if you're thinking we need a public campaign before this gets adopted, or you want to get it adopted and we look at what's the best way to get this information out to the
I'm
public.
sort of envisioning like putting, $20,000 to a PR firm to put together a lovely campaign and mail postcards to everybody, so that they know this is coming. Like we don't have, I guess I'm just not thinking of like an equivalent program where we're, putting things in effect on current
Existing.
So that's where I'm thinking of, again, beautiful Andriggers pictures in the paper with our goals of the night sky. And by the way, you got to buy these kind of light bulbs, is what I'm thinking. But I don't.
I agree.
Or we could provide light bulbs.
What?
Or we could provide light bulbs.
Yeah,
That's also a possibility.
I'm not saying this has to fall on ComDev necessarily. I'm just saying I think that we should have some responsibility to make sure that this will be effective and positive and meaningful.
Yeah. I just want to put out there that when we sent this out to all the different referrals, most of those were people that were then going to distribute to their members. And we did not get great attendance at the meetings, but I can't remember, there was like 120 or 140 comments that I responded to, and we incorporated the comments wherever we could. And then if we, if it didn't make sense or it's something we discussed and had rejected previously, we explained why.
Sure, I saw your tracking sheet for that, and I appreciated that.
And then the one thing we had talked about when it was going through the adoption process was reaching back out to like the AIA, the USGBC, the ASLA, like these organizations that have a lot of members in the Valley, the caucuses, the HOAs, and having them distribute it to their members, the final document. But I mean, I think absolutely, like Rosa and Abby were so helpful when we were going through the public outreach, getting it out on social media and all this stuff. I had no idea how to advertise with.
Yeah.
But we could do that again.
So if the board direction is for us to do, put together and advertising kind of campaign really to get the word out, and maybe direct mailing. And the board's willing to allow us to put some resources towards that. I think we could do it. I just wanted to flag that we have stretched our internal resources just with the stuff we're doing. Yeah.
Can I just tag on to Kelly? Kelly, I think we need to say we want to support Dark Skies, because I think we do. I think the community does. But this is what it's going to take, and just give people, so somebody doesn't knock on their door in 5 years and say you're non-compliant, and they go, with what? You know, I didn't know about that. So we do our best. We can't inform everybody and get everybody's input, but I don't want it to be blindsiding the community. Say, well, I was supporting Dark Skies. I didn't know that I had to shut the lights off in my house at 10 o'clock and go to bed, even though some people would like to have to turn the light. But so I think that's important. I think we should put some resources to it. And I think we can look at the time frame of the 22nd, whether we want to move it forward from the 22nd or continue it at the 22nd. But I also think we need some legal counsel in the interim.
I would like to just, if we have a campaign like that, I'd like to have it post-approval, so we know exactly what we're pushing out there. Steve?
So I see this as a three-step process. Number one, just pass the ordinance, and it is in effect on the date that it's in effect. That doesn't mean all the lights immediately change the next day in Pickens County. That's a 5-year process. But the second step would be just making sure all the planners and the architects know the rules and are putting them into effect. Then when their building plans come in, that would be the touch point where community development staff would be making sure that those things are up to compliance. The third one that would take the longest and will be the hardest to get everybody to comply would be just the retrofitting the older houses for 5 years. And that's just a matter of PR program. It doesn't have to be an intensive one, but you know, I think maybe reminders constantly. I know that Martha Ferguson and Wild Skies, part of the being designated as an international dark skies community is you have events, I think a couple of events a year that you have to do to remain in compliance. So those are opportunities for education of the community. And when you start hearing from all across the state, there's a lot of communities all across the state where people are excited about the dark skies movement, and it's kind of contagious that it's becoming the thing more and more to do. And I don't think we'll have a whole lot of trouble getting most of the people to comply with this. They'll be glad. They'll do it gladly because it benefits the wildlife. It benefits the human enjoyment of their dark skies.
I think we could reach out to the retailers here also for the people who aren't going through an architect. If you're going down to buy a light bulb, you could have a display. If the retailer would put it up that says, hey, do you know about our initiative? Consider these lights, you know.
Martha has some really great handouts on how to
so
choose an LED.
It's going to take that sort of effort, I think. But I think people are on board and they all believe in it. Whether they practice it or not depends on how well we do and how well their neighbors cajole them and everything else.
I also think we need to have a discussion with council as far as enforcement.
Can we make a motion to move this forward?
I will be glad to move to pass on first reading the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting text amendments to the 2006 Pickens County Land Use Code, Title 8 of Pickens County Code, repealing and enacting Section 7-20-140 lighting, and amending Section 3-70-50D west of Maroon Planning Area Overlay Zone District. With the second hearing for January 22nd and have the public hearing then.
There's two ordinances, aren't there?
I'll second.
We have a second from Kelly, so we should vote on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Then I need a motion.
So I move to pass on first reading the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting a zoning plan amendment in association with Land Use Code Section 7-20-140 lighting to establish lighting zone overlays with a second reading scheduled for and public hearing scheduled for January 22nd.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we jumped that hurdle. On to the next one.
Thank
Don't
you.
stumble in the dark on your way home.
Thank you.
Lights up at
I would
night.
like to just propose now that we do it with like a drone display over town at night of this light ordinance. It'd be when we
You have to
get
get
Drones
FAA
without
approved. You have to
lights
get
on 'em,
FAA
though.
approval for
Stealth
that.
No, they'd have to
drones.
have lights on them. That's the only problem. Okay, thank you all for that. We're going to keep going here. We have something.
Thank
to
you,
do.
Martha.
We have one more, no action needed, isn't it? Right?
Larissa, thank you so
Bye,
much.
thank
Martha,
you.
thank
You
you.
can tell this
Brittany,
is
thank
lots
you.
of work. Were you a lighting
you guys
Well
expert
done.
before
Thank you
this?
for your great work. Have a great holiday.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too. Good work there. And see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Okay.
It was the 5 years getting here.
It was the
that's been-
5 years getting here, right, but
The
you
5
you
year-
waited and you
the
did
next 5 years.
stellar.
She's been.
She's worried about job security now because she doesn't know what she'll do.
Okay, annual TDR program update with Suzanne.
Thanks, Greg. I don't have any cute graphics for you or anything. Just the report is the report. We do this every year. Come to you just to kind of run the numbers through on how many TDRs we have, how many we've issued, how many have been extinguished, how many new ones, how we're creating them, all of those things. So how much they're selling for, that's always everybody's favorite number to know. Anyway, so I don't know that I was going to delve into anything unless you have questions. I will note that I realized that I forgot that you did grant 3 TDRs to the Aspen Chapel. They didn't show up because they haven't been issued yet. If you remember, there was kind of an agreement that they had a year to record the covenant and that the TDRs would issue when that covenant is recorded. So just to note that, yeah, when I was sort of looking, I was like, wait, something's missing.
We'll see that in 2025 probably.
So yeah, they will show up at that point. But otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think I always say thanks to Mary Lackner for helping with the GIS mapping. All of this, the report goes on the website. I do update monthly the TDR certificate list online. And that's where people can find the information on what did the most recent TDR sell for. So all of this information is available to the public.
But you're going to tell us how much they're selling for, right?
What did I say the
price
last
range.
one was?
800
I always
to
think I've heard the last one and then something else happened. So the most recent was 850,000.
That's much more
So
reasonable.
I think if you remember, we topped out at about 2.1 million.
A couple years ago.
Yeah. So it's been kind of creeping back downwards,
How
but
much
not
is
down
that
to where
house worth now?
it was. What?
I wonder how much that house is worth now.
They bought that one TDR.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, if
They
they
landed that one too.
it hasn't landed anywhere.
Anything else you want to highlight for us?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
2050. When are we going to have the discussion about TDRs? Is that, I know it's part of our long-term.
It is part of, yes, the Vision 2050 project.
That's what I
Yes. That is, I would say, within the next year, we're going to be after we're working on the comp plan, and then we've, doing the studies on, obviously, right, any changes we're going to make to the TDR market, or we have people, are going to look at how that affects the market. And as we start to play with those levers, how can we keep the program alive and well and continuing to accomplish the goals that we want to accomplish, but also address some of the concerns you all have raised. Obviously, whenever a TDR, a creation of a sending site comes to you, and, sort of understanding that, what's that balance between creating them, these are things we want to protect, but where are they going and how are they being used, and are we comfortable with both sides of that equation? So that will definitely be a conversation in 2025.
I think we're hearing, not a lot, but people still wondering, what are you doing with TDRs? And then the fractional TDR issue, I think, is of interest to people. So, okay, I told the people that asked that were here earlier, I said the discussion should be up and coming. I asked them to go to your office and see if there's a way, they don't have to keep following our agendas. They'll know when they need to.
Oh,
really
yeah,
pay
they can
attention.
get on the Vision 2050
Mailing
page
list.
on
Perfect. I think
from Pickton
yeah,
County.
perfect. We'll get
And
somebody
that's where they'll
directed.
be able to follow everything that we're doing related to that project.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. If that's it, there's no decision on our
Right,
part.
no action.
That was just an update. Well, thank you for that. So I'm ready to move on to open discussion. And John, you look like you've got some things to talk about.
Yeah, I do. Sorry. Just one thing. We had scheduled a virtual meeting with the FAA with staff who is not for Friday at noon. We weren't sure. We would like to have two commissioners there. I wasn't sure if that was going to be Greg and Francie or if it was going to be a different combo.
Yes, I did say yes.
I was planning on
You
it,
still
but
want me to say yes.
it's okay. Step out.
Because, yeah, Patty, you had expressed an interest too, so it was not, I wanted to get some clarity on which two.
I was thinking that I would like to be there. It's the chair of the board this year. So I put that out there, but we can all vote or do whatever we have to do.
I have a conflict. I can't be there.
Well, you can't be there.
So I would be available. I don't know. I'm having an injection in my eye tomorrow. I don't know on Friday how if I'll feel up to it.
Well, we can only have
And you're
two,
going to
right?
be gone in a
I
month
think it'd be
anyway.
better if we had two, yeah,
Right.
or no more than two.
No more than two.
Yeah.
Is there any?
So Greg and Francie, she said she.
I wanted to
or
go
you
since
wanted to
Francie and I had gone and talked with FAA personally, but if Greg wants to be there, I'll step aside.
Okay, thank you. Patty, I appreciate that, and I owe you one.
Well, you owed me one from stepping aside to go to Washington, but
Then I'll
That's
see,
okay,
that was
it's
a
okay.
burden for
I'm
me.
fine.
You owe me one. I think we're even now. Okay, I would like to do that, and so you've got two of us.
Okay,
What
and
time is it again?
right now, unless there's a change from the FAA, it will be at noon. On Friday, the 20th, it will be a virtual meeting. Obviously, we're not going to be in DC. They're not going to be here.
We're not going there.
And we will probably try and schedule a brief prep call tomorrow.
At 11:30.
You'll put these on our calendar?
Yeah, I do not have a time for the prep call yet. We're trying to coordinate.
Well, our
with
agenda
Jessica.
review's usually at 12. Do you want to bump
We
that?
could shoot for that.
Why don't we do it at noon tomorrow?
A prep call with Jessica?
Yeah,
Or
let
just
me,
us?
I will shoot that out to Jessica.
I have a lunch engagement tomorrow. I'd rather not do it at noon.
Well, then would you like Patty to do it?
No, I'm just talking about the prep call. Can we, the
Well,
prep
let's-
call can be flexible, can't it? I mean,
Depends. We could do it
this
at
is-
1 o'clock.
there's been no warning for this, so
1
we
o'clock.
have a little bit of flexibility for the prep call?
feeling better for lunch.
Do you want to hear back from Jessica? I basically have 12 to 3 open, 12 to 4 open.
Well, I have all morning and 1:30 to whenever.
So 1:30 to 4 is open. That's 6 o'clock her time, so
You're busy in the morning?
I'm busy I could do it at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m.
9 is 11 her time. Does that work for you, John?
I could do 9. I'll have a half hour. I've got another meeting here at 9:30.
Is that enough with Jessica? Half
I
hour?
think so, and if more time's needed,
Do you want to schedule 9 or do you want to ask her?
we need to ask her, but I will shoot that out right now and we'll send you an invite.
Excellent. Thank
Okay.
you. We'll get
Yeah,
it.
that's
So
all I
we've got,
have.
you've got.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, other open discussion. I'm looking to Rye. I want to report that Rye and I had a conversation earlier. I'm wondering if we need to call an executive session to discuss contract?
Right now?
Well, I would like to do it now because I think we're far enough along and I'd like to move this forward. Are you ready to talk to us?
It's up to you all.
You gotta schedule a Zoom. We have not
I thought, well,
scheduled an executive session for.
well, you can go into
This
exec
matter.
if you would like to do that, since we're at a regularly scheduled meeting. Greg, I was gonna prepare the document that you asked me to this morning and then circulate it to you all, which I haven't had a chance to do yet today.
Right.
So I don't know if we're ready to go right into it, unless you want to
Well,
talk with your board about a couple points briefly.
I
and
think
then-
I could talk to them about it briefly, just to get us all up to speed with where I think we are, and then I think it'll just help move us forward.
Are we in a different place than we were yesterday?
No,
It would be better to talk about that in exec, probably.
yeah.
Okay.
And then is there anything else you want to talk to us about? Do we have any other news, anything else we can discuss?
I could give you a quick update on the Three Meadows Ranch project if you want, but that can
Yeah.
also, okay. Well, then I'll circulate a link for a Zoom meeting right now, and I can propose a motion if you would all like.
Please do.
We won't be coming back, we can adjourn into executive.
Yeah, once we call it, we can adjourn, yep.
Let me pull up, okay, so the proposed topics for executive session would be Three Meadows Ranch property interest acquisition and negotiation, discussion with council pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, as well as county attorney contract negotiation. That would be a personnel discussion. That would be pursuant to CRS 246402-4F.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll move.
Okay, we have a Kelly and then Francie, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're adjourned at 4:28 from the public meeting.
You're sending a link?
I need a